Oh, okay.
So,
Well, they are.
kind of, yeah.
Your wife gets a break during the day.
Exactly.
I'm looking for my wife a little bit. What building are you working on now? Neverville. That's what I was going to say.
This one right here. Yeah, you sit in the lead. Get out. So. How you doing? Truth. They still not responding. I mean, when you get there.
Hey, Mr. Frost.
I wish I could.
I think on the other side is wood. Put INVOCATION.
Did it keep you busy out there, man?
Oh yeah.
Working hard.
You just hit the advantage. What's going on? It's big time.
That got me too many jobs. That's what. Doctor? Got a lot on the agenda today. We got it. Yeah.
Grammarly makes communication at work one click simpler. Whether you're looking for a new job or you love the one you have, Grammarly can help you communicate with confidence. Concise writing means fewer miscommunications. Grammarly can help streamline your
Just to keep it? Oh wow. They took it. You got a replacement?
Hey, how are you?
Made it right before time.
It's 9 o'clock. Call the Commissioners' Court to order. Quorum is present. All legal notices have been posted, and this court is duly called. Can I get a motion to open the court?
Second.
Got a motion, Dr. Garcia, second from Commissioner Koch, that the court be open. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the October 2022 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
The invocation, I think today is the guest of the judge.
Commissioner Daniels?
And good morning. And I would like to welcome Dr. Greg Ammons. If you'd please come forward. There you are. And he is the senior pastor. Born and raised in Boswell, Oklahoma, where he attended the First Baptist Church as a child. At the age of 9, God convicted his heart of the need to place his faith in Jesus Christ as his personal Savior. And as a teen, God called him into the vocational ministry. Pastor Greg earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in religion from Oklahoma Baptist University before obtaining the Master of Divinity and Doctor of Ministry degrees from Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary in Fort Worth. In 2015, he was awarded an honorary doctorate in theology from Dallas Baptist University. He served as a senior pastor of the First Baptist Church Garland since 2004. Previously, he served as a senior pastor of Floyd Baptist Church in Greenville, Texas, and Faith Baptist Church of Iowa Park, Texas. In addition to serving in the pastorate, Pastor Greg has taught theology on the university level at Wayland Baptist University and Dallas Baptist University. He has also supervised doctoral projects for Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary and served in a supervisory role for a thesis at Dallas Theological Seminary. Pastor Greg has also served as a contributor to Preaching Source, a sermon preparation website of Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary to help pastors. In 2009, he authored the book, Now My Eyes See You, What a Doctorate Did Not Teach Me About God. My son did. His hobbies include running, traveling, and broadcasting sports events for Cumulus Broadcasting. Pastor Greg and his wife Lisa have one son, Camden, who is 19 years old. Lisa helps in various aspects of ministry and loves horses as a hobby. They absolutely love the First Baptist Church of Garland and are very thankful that they are serving there today, and we do welcome you.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. I appreciate that and appreciate each of you, and from the residents and citizens of Garland especially, we thank you for your service. We're grateful to you. Let's pray together. Father, we want to thank you today for the day that you've given to us. Every day is a gift from you. We realize that. And Father, we don't just roll one into the other. We thank you for each one of them, knowing that it's a gift. And we are the sheep of your pasture, and we are your people. And I thank you, Lord, for what you've been to us and what you mean to us. God, thank you for placing authorities into our lives. You tell us that you do that, you ordain them, and I just pray, Father, today for this court that you would bring your wisdom and your guidance and your direction, your empowering to each one who serves here, and I thank you for each one of them. God, you tell us in your word, if we lack wisdom, to ask of you, and you will give it liberally, so we ask today for wisdom. We thank you for the citizens of our county, for our city, for our state, and pray your blessings upon them today. Thank you, Father, for the cool weather, for the rain that you brought our way, and may you replenish our spirit today just as you have replenished the earth. Thank you, Father, for all that you've done for us in Jesus Christ. Thank you, Father, for the power of his name, salvation and no other, King of kings and Lord of lords. And in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Good morning and welcome to this edition of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. We will be dealing with those matters that are on the printed agenda, and any future matters will be briefed and will be addressed at a future Commissioners Court. The budget shall, the resolution shall reflect that Commissioner Koch move forward. First resolution.
Oh, thanks, sir. Got a little bit of a website here. So the National Down Syndrome Society published an article on October 4th from a young lady, Kayla McKeenan. And I love the beginning of this, so I just want to read this before I start. The month of October is Down Syndrome Awareness Month, where we celebrate Down syndrome and let everyone know our abilities and that we are capable of doing anything we set our minds to. So, perfect to frame this first resolution. Can Coleman Jones, can you come up to the podium with your entourage? Thanks for being here today. So, whereas Coleman Curtis Jones was born in Dallas, Texas on October 12th, 1996. Although Coleman was born with Down syndrome and had open heart surgery when he was 18 months old, he has never let obstacles slow him down or impede him from accomplishing his goals. Whereas, while in high school, Coleman was manager for the Highland Park football team and loved competing in Special Olympics for the Scots. His favorite sport was basketball, and his buzzer-beating three-point game winner in the 2016 Midlothian Special Olympics tournament garnered over 100,000 views on YouTube. Coleman also received the rank of Eagle Scout after building and engraving signs to be displayed at an orphanage in Guatemala. Coleman graduated from Highland Park High School in Dallas, Texas in 2015. And whereas Coleman began working at Howdy Homemade Ice Cream, an ice cream shop staffed almost exclusively by adults with special needs, when Tom Landis opened the doors in December 26th, 2015. Coleman has served as vice president and has become its primary spokesman. Coleman's speech to the executive leadership at Dr. Pepper helped gain Howdy the exclusive rights to sell and market the first Dr. Pepper themed ice cream, Dr. Pepper chocolate chip, and I'm partial to it. And whereas Coleman has appeared on numerous local programs touting Howdy Homemade. He was featured in Chase Bank's 2019 ad campaign that focused on the importance of small business. His October 2020 appearance to the Today Show with Howdy Homemade owner Tom Landis was so well received, it was selected as one of the 3 favorite segments of the year. Coleman was also awarded Alumni by Choice by Baylor University in January of 2022. And whereas Coleman has made great friends over the years, including his best friend from high school, Dave Wiggs, a geophysicist in San Antonio, and was privileged to serve as his best man at his wedding. Coleman is the oldest of 5 children. His siblings include sisters Morgan, Jenny, Ellie, and brother Lane. Coleman's parents, Lindy and Wilson Jones, and his siblings are all blessed and amazed by Coleman and his accomplishments. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby commend Coleman Jones for his contributions to the community and for being a role model to others who face adversity. And I so move.
Proudly second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, chair is in the affirmative. Motion carries.
Mr. Jones, can you give us some words of wisdom?
Thank you. Commissioner Koch and the rest of the commissioners, I would like to recognize my family. My father, Wilson Jones, my mother, Lindy Jones, and one of my siblings, Jennifer Lee Jones, and some other family members who are here as well. Miss Natalie Wilson, Vicky Vega, and I'm so blessed that they are here to support me. And I want to thank all of y'all as well. Thank you.
But you didn't bring no ice cream.
I wanted to try that Dr. Pepper chocolate chip.
You have to go and get some.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you,
congratulations.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you come up and take a quick picture with us?
Of course. Is it worth something? Is it worth an ice cream cone?
Ready.
Yeah, ready.
Coleman.
Or go Scots, either one.
Thank you so much.
I have the next resolution, Judge, and I'm going to ask Mr. Curtis Shorter and the R&B 3 delegation to come forward. Curtis is the smaller guy. Whereas Dallas County has a rich history of exemplary employees who stretch beyond the call of duty for the sake of our citizens and communities, and whereas Curtis Shorter Sr. is a native Arkansan hailing from Pine Bluff, where he would later graduate from Dollarway High and furthered his education by earning a Bachelor of Science degree at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. And whereas Curtis Shorter Sr. continued his education in graduate studies at Southwest Missouri University, majoring in therapeutic recreation, and then Curtis later received 15 certifications from General Motors for drivability and auto repair, and is an ASE certified mechanic. And whereas Curtis Shorter came to Dallas County in 2008 with prior experience as a recreational therapist and with an automotive dealership before accepting the position as an ASC automotive technician. And whereas Curtis Shorter Sr. left the ASC as a shop foreman before coming to Road and Bridge District 3 to assume the role of construction equipment mechanic and equipment fueler with a hazmat certification. And whereas Curtis Shorter Jr. received a 4-year scholarship from Historical Black College and University of Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and was named the Outstanding Defensive Player for 2 years, and enjoys watching sports, fishing, and social recreation as a sideliner. And whereas Curtis Shorter Jr. is the proud father of 3 sons and 2 daughters, Curtis Jr., Ursula, Chris, Quentin, and Madison, and 8 grandchildren. Therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court now, with a great sense of pride, congratulate Curtis Shorter Sr. as he announces his retirement after 14 years of dedicated service with Dallas County, and I so move.
And I second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Before Curtis comes to the mic, I want to say that Dallas County lost a mechanic. Road and Bridge 3, our basketball team lost a center. And so we're feeling really bad about this whole thing. But let me say this on behalf of myself and my boss, who doesn't talk much, Mr. Roger Miller, probably the most, second most senior person in the county, and probably easily the smartest.
After who?
After that dude on your right.
What I was wondering.
I just want to say that it has been, on behalf of all of us, it's been a pleasure to work with Curtis. Curtis came to us, and what he had to do is different. He went from autos to construction equipment, which means it's everything. And he's always been there. He's done a lot for us, and we're really going to miss him. So I'm going to let him say what he'd like to say.
Thank you. Honor to God who's head of my life, and I certainly hope he's head of your lives also. I'd like to thank these people for coming out, my comrade, the ladies and gents behind me at Loading Bridge, thank you. And special thanks to Commissioner Price. I lost my parents a couple of years ago. I lost an older brother, and the resolution that you gave us, Commissioner Price, will, really, really help our family. It's something that we cherish from Dallas County. We can always look back on. Other than that, thank you, Commissioner Daniels, for your time spent at the ASC facility. And that's about it.
Thank you.
Well, Curtis, we're gonna feel the loss. I don't think people really understand all these these certifications, as Mr. Hall said, just going from automobiles to construction equipment. And Commissioner Koch came out and wanted to see a real road and bridge district, and so I showed.
Want to see all the old
vehicles. That's where I was going. That's where I was going.
But if you want to see a more modern, go to 4.
Yeah. Well, no, but a working road and bridge. I'm sorry. Anyway, so he came out and we walked. He walked the lot. He and I think Mickey was with him, and yeah. And so we walked, and he got back there and he started looking at all that equipment. And he says, "What?" I said, "Look, we save it road and bridge. We vulcanize whatever, right, Henry? We vulcanize whatever we can."
Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, Frankenstein.
Understatement.
So he asked Roger. He said, "Why you got these old equipment?" Roger said, "Hey, supply chain, you can't get it." He said, "But we got guys who can go in there, retrofit, vulcanize, and keep us going." And we do. We have that kind. I see Henry Williams is here, and of course, as you know, Dallas Road and Bridge 3 just got that I think it's $1.4 million, bought new trucks, and we happy, and a kid with a sucker, we okay. At least we got vehicles with new tires, and we want to do anything for a minute. But like I said, the difference is, we kind of work out. So we got all this unincorporated area, and Curtis, you're going to be missed. The guys depend on you. I mean, that whole fueling thing, and of course, you now know, Mr. Auditor, we haven't had the right kind of fuel transfer. So hell, we've been out there with cups, trying to get fuel into the tankers and trying to keep up with it on paper, right, Tammy? Yeah, okay. Anyway, it's been a mess, but we're about to get right. But I just want to thank these guys, day in, day out. They were essential during COVID. They never missed. When we had to augment and vendors could not get to the jail to do what they needed to do, it was these guys who took and converted those dump trucks and made it just, you can't even imagine what 18,000 meals a day does in the sheriff's department to produce trash. And it was just amazing. But these guys, they came, they got the dump trucks, and they adjusted. And so, Curtis, we're going to miss you. Thank you. And all of you.
Well, I did want to say one thing, though, and in the very short time that I knew Curtis at R&B1, who at that time was providing all of the support for the whole Dallas County fleet. just the creativity of the variety of people to make sure that things kept rolling. And you were certainly a part of that. So as you can tell, I'm really smiling because those are the good things. Those are people who care about what they do and that they always do a good job. So thank you very much. And as Commissioner Price has said, I know that you will be missed in all of the road and bridge offices.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your retirement.
Is somebody else from ASC? Somebody else from ASC? Notice he's standing between the women. Start some room.
Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
That was quick. There we go. We're back on.
I don't know how anyone works on some of those old, I mean, some of
Oh gosh, that was years. Auction them off.
yeah.
Dr. Daniels, yes, it's on you.
So I do have the next resolution, and today we are running 3 out of 3 for resolutions that will make you feel good. Dallas County does a lot of different kinds of things, and at this time, I would like to have, I recognize that Council Member Ricky Callahan is here, as well as, and if you'll come forward, and there might be 1 or 2 other people here, there we go, from the Southeast Dallas Chamber of Commerce. Because today, the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes and commemorates the 75th anniversary of the Southeast Dallas Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations to the SCDCC for achieving this important milestone, and to all the business partners and members who have contributed to this achievement. And whereas in 1946, in the Pleasant Grove area, a group of local businesses started a businessmen's club. This area was at the center of Old Pleasant Grove and included businesses along Lake June Road and Buckner Boulevard. The club grew and became the Southeast Dallas Chamber of Commerce after the city of Dallas started annexing areas of Pleasant Grove. The SCDCC established their headquarters in the heart of Pleasant Grove, in the Pleasant Grove Shopping Center on Buckner Boulevard. And whereas since that time, the SCDCC has been a pivotal advocate and leader for the Southeast Dallas community. The Chamber has been vital to working with transportation projects, city parks, industrial initiatives, supporting businesses, and partnering with local nonprofits, including public schools. And whereas key transportation projects included were the bond campaign that extended freeways and transitioned roads into multiple lanes, efforts vital to the economic vitality of growing communities and business expansion. Additionally, the SCDCC was instrumental in working with DART to use the old Texas-New Orleans rail lines instead of going up and down Buckner Boulevard, which would have eliminated area businesses. The Chamber was supportive of the bond campaign that extended C.F. Hahn Freeway and advocated for 6-lane roads on Prairie Creek Road, St. Augustine Road, and Masters Drive. And whereas over the years, the SCDCC has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to organizations such as the Kiwanis Club of Pleasant Grove, Books for Ownership, the Buckner Children's Home, Jerry's Dream Camp, Bikes for Kids, and local high school students through annual scholarship programs. This year, 13 $1,000 scholarships were donated and will be awarded to high school graduates from the Southeast Dallas community. Today, the SEDCC continues to serve as a voice and advocate for its diverse membership and works for economic opportunity for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and congratulates the Southeast Dallas Chamber of Commerce for 75 years to the Southeast Dallas community. May your efforts continue to promote and support the local businesses, residents, neighbors, and community partners who live, work, and play in Southeast Dallas, and I so move.
Second.
Aye.
Bless you.
Motion carries unanimously.
And welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Daniel, and that's so well stated. I think we can just all sit down. So,
We had a little bit of help.
stole all of our thunder, but we'll try to elucidate. I tell you, I love these new digs. I'm gonna tell you what. Wow, this is great. And Dallas County's been needing this for a long time, so we're really excited to be here and see this new renovation that you've done. I know that's been painstaking. It's taken some time to get there. I just wanted to kind of talk with you briefly. I guess I'm the resident historian. When I was on the council, everybody referred to me as such, and certainly I love history and got a background in that. But 75 years is a long time. Unfortunately, I was not quite there at that time. None of our chamber members, except I guess Lloyd Davis, who's about 96 years old. You know, he probably remembers those early times. But I think he showed up in the area about 1948. But the early beginnings, as Dr. Daniel illustrated, was 1946. It was known as the Pleasant Grove Merchants Association, which was really a Buckner business, or Buckner Boulevard Businessmen's Association. Then in 1961, the Pleasant Grove Chamber of Commerce was officially established, and the first office was in the Pleasant Grove Shopping Center. Mr. Ralph Getty of Getty's Photography, he used to do a lot of the high school and school photography in the area, and Ralph was a great guy. He died not too many years ago. But that was established there in the shopping center, and he became first. And then Mr. Archie Martin, he was a super salesman at Horn Williams Ford. He was our second chairperson. And then there was the Cliff Groom, I think, came following him, and he was, of course, Ken Dewey Groom of, Longhorn Ballroom. They were kin folks. And then Jerry Fitzgerald came along shortly thereafter, and he was, with Commercial National Bank, which is now known as Inwood National Bank. Jerry later served as one of the original DART board members in the 1980s when the board was much larger. The Pleasant Grove area flourished during the 1960s and 1970s. In the late 1970s, the Pleasant Grove Chamber became the Southeast Dallas Chamber when Riley and Kleberg communities were added to the city of Dallas. That was about 77, 78. And I believe Mr. George Grogan became the first president under that new name, and he later served as our chairman of the City Plan Commission under then Mayor Pro Tem John Evans. So the chamber changed its name to Southeast Dallas Chamber of Commerce really to better reflect the inclusivity of the communities of Southeast Dallas, which is included but is not limited to Pecan Heights, Parkdale, Urbandale, Pleasant Mound, Pleasant Grove, Pleasantwood, Lake June, Riley, Kleberg, Sign communities, and others. Major accomplishments through the years, we have really been the voice of the business and civic affairs of Southeast Dallas. We've also had an excellent transportation committee, which former Mayor Pro Tem L.A. Murr was very involved in that, and he was very passionate about, building these roads to be extended, and Dr. Daniel mentioned that in her remarks, but some of those roads were widening of Buckner Boulevard, also Jim Miller, Prairie Creek, St. Augustine, Masters, Sign, Highway 352, Elam, Bruton Roads, and others, and then also it enabled the increase of capacity, traffic flow, and enhanced safety, as well as brought more economic development and community revitalization as a result. Also, the chamber was involved in the creation of DART back when it first started, and I mentioned to you that Jerry Fitzgerald served as an original board member. We also had a very active governmental affairs committee, and that's kind of where I got involved when I was working for State Representative Granoff during that timeline. Leadership development also was a hallmark for our chamber. A number of city council members and school board members and other elected officials came out of our ranks. Notably, those were Jesse Price, L.A. Murr, Dr. John Walton, Max Goblat, John Evans, Larry Duncan, Charlotte Mays, myself, Jaime Resendez, who serves as the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem of Dallas. Also, school members include Gerald Stanglin, Richard Curry, Linda McDowell, Nancy Bingham, Jaime Resendez, and others. We're also honored to have our County Commissioner, Dr. Teresa Daniel, as a member and as a participant. City park development supported the creation or enhanced many of our city parks, including Grover Keaton Golf Course, Pleasant Oaks and Umphress Park, Everglade Park, Crawford Park, and others. Our community is richer due to the contributions of many that have served on a number of city boards and commissions, city bond campaigns, redistricting commissions, special commissions, and so forth. Chamber has also provided early leadership for the development of the Dallas County Community College District, which brought about the creation of Eastville College, now Dallas College Eastville Campus, and also Eastville College Pleasant Grove. And we also were an early supporter for the creation of the University of North Texas, Dallas, which State Senator Royce West was a strong advocate for. Additional leadership was provided for public charter and private school developments for DISD, Samuel, Spruce, and Skyline High Schools, as well as many middle and elementary schools. A number of the charter schools, A+ charter schools, Golden Rule, KIPP, Legacy, Nova, and others. Also the creation of Catholic schools, Cristo Rey Dallas College Preparatory School when I was on the council, and also St. Philip, St. Augustine Elementary and Middle Schools were combined during that time. One special note is early longtime chamber members Grady and Doris Wall donated the land on Buckner Boulevard for the original Pleasant Grove Library. The Southeast Dallas Chamber of Commerce legacy has been long and enduring. The hard work and determination has led to a better, more vibrant, and sustaining community. Challenges remain, but hopefully the Southeast Dallas Chamber of Commerce will be here to work many more years to answer those challenges. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners, Judge, and bid you good morning.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, Councilman. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know why you didn't mention. I thought y'all were going to take credit for the monorail.
I'm gonna leave that with Max Goblat.
Max Goldblatt.
Right
Oh,
there.
I know.
You know, we hear about a lot of parts of Dallas County, and thank you very much for enlightening us all on a part that we don't hear so much about. And that history is obviously as illustrious as any other part, so thank you. Are there any other words that people wanted to speak about the Southeast Chamber of Commerce?
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. I appreciate the opportunity. I'd like to share a few comments about our civic engagement through the Southeast Dallas Chamber. My name is Lance Prothro. I'm the CFO at A+ Charter Schools and was a part of the family ownership of Levine's Department Stores for 38 years out of Pleasant Grove Shopping Center, Garland, and Mesquite, which that Pleasant Grove Shopping Center location dates back to the 1960s. But I've had the privilege of having continuous service with the Southeast Dallas Chamber of Commerce since 1988. Since 1988, partnering with the Kiwanis Club of Pleasant Grove as co-sponsors of the Southeast Dallas Community Golf Classic and led for these past many years by title sponsor Daltile, we are raising funds to support the SCDCC Scholarship Fund, which you referred to earlier, which supports graduating students from Southeast Dallas with $1,000 scholarships and giving our seniors the opportunity to be lifted up and celebrated in front of their families and peers, which we don't have nearly enough of those opportunities. We've had as many as 16 individuals in one graduating class. The Golf Classic has been a longtime supporter of the Pleasant Grove Food Pantry, a local partner of the North Texas Food Bank, and a vital resource for our community. We have also financially supported the Reading is Fundamental program at area DISD schools and now support the Books for Ownership program because reading is the foundation of all education. And the fourth named beneficiary is Jerry's Dream Camp Kiwanis, sending 8 to 12-year-olds from Southeast Dallas to summer camp focusing on food, fellowship, leadership, and fun to no cost to the families. In 2008, the Mayor's Southern Dallas Task Force was commissioned by Mayor Tom Leppert and Councilmember Tanell Atkins. The Chamber was front and center in the Discover the New Pleasant Grove campaign and the Stand Up Pleasant Grove campaign, including events Hands Across the Grove and Grow Fest, where my friend, former City Councilwoman Von Seal Jones Hill, expressed that we are working hard to put the pleasant back in the Grove. The Chamber was a longtime sponsor of the Buckner Children's Night Parade at Christmas time for the families of the Buckner services, and our Chamber was a longtime Cinco de Mayo parade and festival organizer and participant.
Yep.
Our volunteer efforts include the Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service at Pleasant Grove Food Pantry and bell ringing for the Salvation Army during the holidays. I share all of this with you to let you know that our longtime focus has been to improve the quality of life for all of those that live, work, play, pray, and go to school in Southeast Dallas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Was there anyone else who wanted to say a few words? Why don't you introduce the other people who were here at least?
We also have Tina Boyd and Brittany Johnson with Daltile. Jennifer Arthur is our Executive Director of the Southeast Dallas Chamber. Dr. Ricardo Rodriguez is with Eastfield College, and he is our current chairman.
Okay.
And Dr. Britton White is the CEO and superintendent of A+ Charter Schools.
Wonderful. And thank you so, so much for, first of all, for allowing us to have this opportunity to recognize 75 years. I mean, that is quite a milestone. And as both of you have said, the part that the Chamber has played in Pleasant Grove has been long and has been significant. And I smile a lot because we did a lot of those things together. But that's what it is that you bring people together in order to make all of our home areas as good as they can be. And so that's so very, very much appreciated. We cannot do anything. You know, I kind of joke there are two rules. One of the rules is, rule number one is we do nothing by ourselves, and you show that so, so well. Second one is that we are not done yet. So I hate to say it, if you think that you're going to stop at this 75th anniversary, sorry, there are a few things yet to do. There's a lot more dances and galas to do and scholarships to award to deserving seniors. So thank you so, so much for coming, and thank you for doing all that you do for all of Dallas County. You want to come up and get your congratulatory photo, if we can do that. Yeah, we didn't do any clapping or anything yet. Oh, yeah. And I even had to, that you came. Thank you so much.
Hello.
I'm going to say, y'all have
Speak up.
One, two, three. We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thanks for being here.
You know he has the picture on you.
Thank you for coming. And I know
Doctor, pleasure to meet you. I read about you and, you know, incredible resume. I appreciate it, all the work you do.
What's that?
We're going to take something a little out of order. We need to move up the IT broadband presentation because folks.
Judge, is your mic on? Your mic's not on.
You got to do a motion to suspend the agenda.
Yeah.
Motion to suspend the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And so next we'll have the presentation from IT, Ms. Kraft from IT Broadband, whoever's here. I see our friends from AT&T back there.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. As he's pulling the slides up, we'll go ahead and do introductions. So back around February, March, we enlisted CTC Technology to come in and do a comprehensive countywide broadband study. So this was inclusive of working with various cities to include City of Dallas, to also include various workshops and facilitate quite a bit of research. So with that being said, they came here today to really present some of their findings, the overall goals of the study, and their recommendations based on those findings. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and introduce you to Ms. Joanne Horvis, who's the president of CTC Technology. Now, I don't know if Mr. Reed, if you wanted to add anything to that. Okay, we'll get to it.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with you in this truly exquisite building. I have the enormous pleasure of leading the team at CTC Technology and Energy that worked with the county on this effort to try to better understand the existing environment for broadband in Dallas County, determine some ways that the county can meet some of its overall policy goals, particularly around broadband opportunity, broadband competition, enhanced broadband adoption, and to make recommendations along those lines. Do I have the tool? Okay, great, thanks. What I'd like to do this morning is just very briefly present to you some of what we have learned and concluded and some of our recommendations. And let me start with the overall goals that were established by the county for this effort, focused on enabling and creating opportunity for residents of the county, in particular low-income residents, because we know from 25 years of data nationally that lower-income Americans are those who are least likely to be able to pay for and use broadband internet access, and those needs are greatest. So as a matter of opportunity, the county wanted to prioritize that particular goal.
Well, I don't know, Judge, I don't know if it's the least likely able to afford to pay for it, because what we have found, at least in my area, is that we pay a higher price for it if we can get access to it.
So, Commissioner, the issue of affordability is absolutely central. You're entirely right about that. We did not, in our research, see pricing discrepancies from neighborhood to neighborhood. But what we did see is different levels of investment in some areas where there's more competition in some areas than others. I will say that as a finding, we found that there is broadband available everywhere in Dallas County. There are not significant areas where there's no option at all. But affordability is obviously, just because something is available doesn't mean it's affordable. One of the strong recommendations we are making is that the county put some resources into providing outreach and support to lower income members of the community to enable them to benefit from a new federal program that subsidizes the cost of broadband internet.
Can I ask you, since we're a little stop for a question, let me ask this. If everyone, I realize this is not going to happen, but if everyone in Dallas County who is eligible for ACP was enrolled, do I have anybody left that can't get internet?
There's possibly a set of issues that might be a challenge for seniors and others that can afford but perhaps don't have the skills or the tools or the support to access. But for the most part, you don't really have a broadband availability problem in Dallas County. There is broadband throughout the county, but there's affordability and other factors that can get in the way for those who may not have all the same skills or tools that many of us do for being able to access that broadband service.
And just to be clear, because I know that some folks will confuse broadband with fiber. Two different things. There is, some fiber connections, but they are not as ubiquitous as the broadband availability.
That's exactly right. There are lots of different kinds of broadband infrastructure. Fiber is one of them. It's extremely desirable because it's a future-proof infrastructure. And in an ideal environment, you would have fiber to every home, business, and institution in the county. But other forms of broadband infrastructure are very capable and can deliver excellent services. And for the most part, that is what you have. You have a cable broadband platform, for example, that reaches just about every residential location in the county, and that is more than adequate to meet the needs of the current moment. My very bandwidth-hungry family does very well using a cable broadband connection. So it's not that there's a lack of broadband anywhere, but there are all kinds of things that get in the way of adoption and use by many members of the community. And then there's not necessarily competition everywhere, and that's obviously another kind of consideration. Our recommendations are designed to try to encourage the private sector, incent the private sector to invest further by through recommendations that the county invest the money that it is already spending on internal communications in a strategic way that creates new opportunity for the private sector, and I'll show you what that looks like in just a moment. We are also recommending, as I said earlier, that the county support Affordable Connectivity Program adoption. That is the federal program that provides a subsidy for low-income Americans to be able to connect to the internet.
And that would get us up to 81,000 more families outside of Dallas on the internet, and over 200,000 if we went inside Dallas, right?
Yes, it's a pretty substantial set of numbers. There's an additional consideration from an infrastructure standpoint as well, that we believe that the county can use its spending power, the money it's already spending to buy communication services, to help the private sector to expand infrastructure to parts of the county, including the places where the infrastructure might be weakest, and that is frequently in low-income multi-dwelling units. That is not the fact that there's not infrastructure to the building, but frequently the in-building wiring is very weak, and it makes it more challenging for residents in those buildings to get the same kind of infrastructure that, the same kinds of services that others do. And sometimes the connectivity to the building itself is also challenging. So we've made some recommendations around how the county can, again, incent the private sector to deploy in those areas, also realizing that some of the funding that the state will be distributing in the next few years out of the Infrastructure and Jobs Act will be targeted for those kinds of needs. I think we've anticipated some of what I wanted to share, but I will just summarize quickly that our work was really trying to understand the current state from a wide range of perspectives, including infrastructure, services, pricing, availability, and of course adoption factors, for which we did extensive primary research, and then looking through some of the options for partnering with the private sector toward better outcomes. Just briefly around the recommendations to the conversation we had just a moment ago, it is absolutely best practice, and I think has already been established in the few months that the Affordable Connectivity Program has been operational on a national basis, that community outreach to those who would not otherwise necessarily be engaged with the Affordable Connectivity Program is a very successful strategy. And by the way, your numbers here in Dallas County are stronger than in many other parts of the country. You're at just over 35% adoption of eligible families for the Affordable Connectivity Program. There are many communities that are at 10% or below, but obviously being at just over 35% creates enormous room to grow, and this is something that can have impact starting on day one based on some pretty modest spending and resources to try to leverage communications, leverage trusted partners, and create opportunities for those who wouldn't otherwise know about the program to manage the program, to sign up for it, to go through the unfortunate burdens that were created by the federal process and be able to address it. We are also recommending, because of the extensive current spending that the county does to meet its own communications needs, that the county consider using that spending power and that existing spending in a different way that would serve to create new opportunity by incenting private sector investment. And what we mean by this is that the current spending is buying you certain kinds of lease services that you pay for on an ongoing basis. If you went through a competitive process to seek private entity bids to provide you with a more robust dark fiber, so a fiber deployment to key county facilities, we think that not only would that be more cost effective, considerably more cost effective for the county in the long run, but it would also create an incentive for deployment of that fiber to those areas of the county. That fiber then becomes an infrastructure that those private companies can use for lots of other purposes, including expanding their own fiber infrastructure and services in those neighborhoods, or enabling customers who are other ISPs to do the same. And our thinking here, the rationale is really, if you think about perhaps a good analogy, we always come back to the roads analogy when we talk about broadband, but an analogy would be that the interstate highway system was built for purposes of military transport. And it really paid for itself based on that single national security purpose that we had as a nation. But at the same time, it built a network of highways that have served as one of the bases for our prosperity and for transportation and development across the United States for getting close to a full century relatively soon. That's the same sort of thinking, is can the spending that would otherwise go towards something else be leveraged to build a very robust infrastructure that will have multiple uses?
So can I ask a question about that? So just make sure I understand it. So we do this RFP, a bunch of people apply, Acme wins. Acme, we build it and we own it. Do we own it, or is Acme?
Oh no, we don't definitely.
So there are multiple ways to structure that. It can be done in using multiple models, and it can also be done in where competitive procurement enables both.
Yeah, I think the
approaches.
reason Ms. Kraft's getting up, I know Dallas County does not want to get into ownership. Well.
Yeah, we don't want to be a broadband provider, so
yeah.
I know we don't want to be.
I did want to bring up Joe Fedroso from Mighty Rivers. He's helped facilitate kind of RFPs with various cities and counties and other areas. I don't know if you were wanting to talk more about what that structure could look like, or options around that, or.
And good morning, and it's an honor to be here this morning with you all. What we've seen around the country, and it's outlined well in the report and study, is that counties and cities around the country are doing exactly this, what Joanne and CTC have recommended. They look at their long-term spend on IT services for county government, and they say, how can that investment potentially unlock further investments in our community that serve residential and business locations, particularly in areas that have been underinvested in. So, Commissioner Price, you mentioned about different costs in different areas. The study shows that the costs are pretty much the same for a broadband subscription, but the types of services offered in certain areas of the county are not the same as they are in other areas of the county. So while you're paying basically the same monthly recurring cost, you're getting a copper-based service or an older generation cable-based service instead of a fiber-to-the-home based service or a modern cable service.
In other words, 2G South, and
those are the areas. Those are the areas that if the government thinks more about a 30-year plan for IT, like you do with water and sewer and other things, if you take more of a 30-year plan of that, look at that spend, leverage it over time, maybe upfront to acquire a platform for government services that's dark fiber. That investment can also unlock some investment in those areas. In cities around the country, and Joanne's firm has done this too, we have tied that government investment to improving service in those areas of counties and cities that have been underinvested in. So in other words,
it'd be a good time to kind of go back a minute to, because we've had the privilege of reading the report and learning some of the terminology and that kind of thing.
Yep.
For the purposes of a public presentation, could you answer two questions?
Sure.
One is, could you talk just a little bit about fiber versus cable versus fixed wireless? Because I think that is one of the things that gets into
Sure.
why are different services available at the same cost.
Yeah.
The second thing that I would like to, second question is, you've talked about a 30-year investment. 30 years ago, we didn't have any of these things.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do we talk about an industry that goes into obsolescence in 5 years?
Yep.
And we're making a 30-year investment. Does that mean that we're automatically going into the Stone Age?
Yeah.
So those two questions of some of the terminology
I'll
and
start
then
and then hand it off. So, Commissioner Daniel, what you mentioned with fixed wireless and copper-based technologies and others, understand that that those are last-mile technologies, and fiber is the technology that everything homes back to, whether that's 5G wireless service or fixed wireless in the last mile. You need fiber at some point in time to backhaul the traffic from all
frame
those.
is what
Yeah,
you're talking
and fiber transmits at the speed of light. So in the lab, they're working on terabit transference technology. We haven't found that upper limit of fiber. So we do believe that strongly that it's a 30-year technology in the backbone.
Okay.
Government facilities overall, like facilities like this one, hard government facilities, because of the demand, the concentration of people, the services that you're delivering, we highly recommend that you have a fiber-based service for these facilities. Government is also getting more into, as you know, the sensor space, the camera space, putting endpoints around. The more of those that can be fiber fed, the better for the city. You put fiber along those major corridors and you add those sensor-based facilities. So the idea here, to kind of bring it home, and I'm going to turn it over to Joanne, but the idea here is to give you a foundation of fiber, if you think the highway analogy again, along major routes, so that if you decide in 15 years or in 10 years, that a corridor in the county is going to become an autonomous vehicle corridor, that you have fiber there to put the devices that need to monitor and manage autonomous vehicles. So we want to give you that flexibility along that way. You're really not going to do that with the way you buy broadband for the county today, for county buildings, because you're kind of in a pay-as-you-go model. You don't have a foundational infrastructure that you can build from. So what we're encouraging you to think about with the report overall, build that foundational infrastructure for the county, but then also focus on areas from a residential and business perspective that have maybe been underinvested in.
Okay, but this is what I'm trying to wrap my head around. I agree. I think up here the folks are saying we don't want to go into the broadband internet business.
No.
Right? But at the same time, I'm trying to understand. So we are going to spend a lot of money to take fiber out, let's say, to all the road and bridges and all the tax offices. And then Acme is going to own that fiber and charge people a bunch of money. How does that money out for us? I mean, just playing devil's advocate, why don't we just wait 5 or 6 years until AT&T or somebody puts fiber out to those areas?
Because they haven't and they won't.
So let me speak to exactly that question. It is, in the long term, in the medium term, it will be considerably cheaper for the county to lease fiber from a private company or even build its own fiber. And the numbers are addressed in some detail in the report, rather than buying on this pay-as-you-go way that Joe just spoke to. It's actually more economically prudent, but it creates opportunity at the same time for the entity that potentially builds that fiber for you to get to government facilities, to build infrastructure that can be used for lots of other purposes as well. Because when one builds fiber, it is a best practice to put in hundreds or even thousands of strands of fiber because the cost of the materials are very, very small relative to the cost of the construction. That's where most of the work is. So through a competitive process, you could secure that fiber, enable a private party, and the winning bidder could be any entity, could be AT&T, could be another entity, where you'd be accelerating an investment that might happen in the future, but also might not happen in the future. The county would be putting its funds to work to accelerate and incent an investment by private companies to build into neighborhoods that might not be attractive to them for new investment otherwise. And the county could do it in this very prudent way where it's just using its current spending and actually reducing its overall spending over time, at the same time as getting, as Joe said, fiber-based services to government facilities, which honestly is table stakes for a sophisticated government entity like you. It's a very conservative and prudent strategy that creates enormous opportunity for the private sector, and a competitive process to select a private partner would enable all private entities to compete and allow them, those who are already in your market could up their game, or it might attract new entities to come into this market and invest here.
Yeah. And may I just add, because this is a conversation that we've had a number of times, and as many on this dais may recognize, I am in favor of our ownership of our fiber route to our facilities rather than leasing fiber. So if we own our fiber that goes to us, and we're, in both instances, whether we own it or we lease it, we save money, right? But at the end of the day, when we own it, we have the leverage to continually go out to bid and say, okay, AT&T, Frontier, whoever, you're going to be, we're bidding out who is going to be our operations and management of that network. So yes, we did the capital investment, right? But we are going to have someone else operate it and maintain it, okay? So if we do that, we have the leverage in that contract as part of the bidding process. If you're going to be who we select to operate and maintain, you also are going to have to be held to a standard regarding how many miles of middle mile, how many low-income households you reach, right? When we have that open bid come up 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is. If we lease our own loop, we do not have that same leverage. We can say, well, we're only going to take, those that allow us to get to so many households. We don't have that same leverage.
Well, why
that
does
piece.
these recommendations, pretty much talk about a coalition of stakeholders like the city of Dallas? Has the city of Dallas investment is for them to own, or they're leasing?
So they are in the process of determining the
yeah.
path that they would like to take at the city of
Right.
Dallas, and testing multiple models. And my recommendation, by the way, would be that the procurement could seek bids under either model, and then you could evaluate which is most economically attractive and where
So
you
what you meant here in this presentation, because that's not what I understood when I read it, what you are recommending Dallas County is that we go out and look at the different options, and if it's needed, probably in the future, make a stakeholder coalition with other municipalities within Dallas County.
So we definitely recommend coalition and planning with the municipalities within the county for purposes of many of the adoption programs and supporting those low-income members of the community who are not yet connected. And we also recommend some planning and coordination with the city of Dallas for purposes of this fiber strategy for getting better infrastructure and services to county facilities throughout the county, because the city of Dallas is undertaking a similar initiative. But we actually think that you could go out to bid on something like that in relatively short order. That's not multiple years away.
Well, okay, I'll yield to him, Ms. Kraft, because you know where I'm going.
If I may just speak to a couple of the questions that you've raised, because I think these are so important. What I would say is, and I'm sorry if this wasn't more clear from the presentation. We're talking about two different sets of issues. The first one is about infrastructure. What can the county do around infrastructure and services to improve broadband in Dallas County? And we are not at all recommending that you become an internet service provider or enter this market. There is no recommendation like that. We're just suggesting that you can use your existing spending power to improve opportunities for private companies to invest throughout the county. The second set of recommendations has to do with adoption and use by members of the community of internet services that are already there. And there is internet available throughout the county. It's not that there are places where there's no options available whatsoever. And when it comes to adoption and use, we've made some recommendations around investing in creating programs or funding existing programs that will support primarily lower income members of the community who struggle to access the internet because they can't afford it, or they don't have a device that can be used, or they may not have the skills to use it, or they're concerned about security factors and so on. And those two things are a little bit different to each other, although they do relate. And the first strategy around using your buying power to incent new investment throughout the county will hopefully, in the long run, impact the second strategy, because that buying power will hopefully incent the private sector to build new competitive infrastructure and better services in parts of the county that have seen underinvestment. Not that there's a lack of broadband entirely, but that it's not as robust and not as competitive a market as other areas.
Well, I'm still back to the with technology and the way it changes, and why would I want to, and I guess we'd put it out in the market, why would I want to talk about owning versus leasing, you know?
And that, yeah, I mean, that over and over again, there's nothing faster than the speed of light. The physics of communication are fundamentally such that every fixed structure in any the United States, everywhere else, is going to have to be connected to fiber. And whether it's quantum computing or whatever comes on the horizon, there's never going to be any communications faster than the speed of light. So fiber is future-proof. And that is why we want to make sure that whatever goal we design allows us to, at some point, have fiber to every single fixed structure in Dallas County.
But is that going to then connect with, I can understand having the frame and fiber. Is that going to be able to work with the variety of cable and what exists today in order to provide the service? Because bottom line is we want the service. We want the capacity for families and individuals to do what they need to do.
Commissioners, let me speak to this issue of technology risk because it's a very important one.
That's what
We are very conservative consultants. We would not recommend that you invest a dime in something that we did not think was future-proof and long-run. I'm not talking about the county putting effort or time into figuring out what the next generation of this is. I'm talking about an infrastructure investment, and that's a very big difference. Fiber communications infrastructure is truly infrastructure. It is the platform over which all of these things operate. We're all going to have lots of these over the course of our lives. We're going to switch them out every few years, and there'll be devices we can't imagine now that will come onto the market in future years, developed by innovators and technologists. But the underlying infrastructure over which it all runs is the wires that are going to be in your right-of-way throughout the county, that are going to be under the ground or on utility poles. And those wires, if they are fiber, we will still be using in the lifetimes of our children and our grandchildren. That is a truly long-term investment. That's the platform.
But that fiber, and for those of us who build roads and bridges, it either gets relocated, or are we owning it?
So the question of ownership versus leasing, I think there are relocation issues and other issues that add costs. And in doing a comparison, and the economics are discussed in our report, we take into account the total cost of ownership with regard to things like relocation, maintenance, and so on, in order to understand the long-term cost of ownership versus leasing. we think it's still pretty prudent to own fiber, but leasing is a fine option also.
But
Either
operation.
one of those.
Okay.
But coming into the, I know the legislature to, allow these, companies to go ahead and relocate pretty much everything wherever they wanted. So we still have to go to some of these companies to locate and implement all this fiber connectivity, right? We're going to have to hire whoever is later is going to be bidding, if we lease or own.
So those that build the infrastructure are not necessarily those.
Can you answer? Because, I want to know, like Commissioner Price says, if I'm about to do a road in Cochrane Hill, which is an area that probably doesn't have that connectivity. What guarantees me that I'm going to go to one of the big giants that is going to put that fiber and then says, well, Dr. Garcia, you cannot redo that street because our cables are there.
Yeah. So when you're planning this out, and there's going to be, if you look at both options, Commissioner Garcia, of both ownership versus lease the dark fiber plant, there will be certain amounts. I think with anyone, there's AT&T's in the room today. They have substantial fiber assets already in Dallas County, obviously, and they will use some of that existing asset of that plant. We're going to want to understand the age of that plant and other things, and then there will be some incremental builds involved in your bid to reach the county facilities. But when you look at this overall, when you plan fiber, you plan it like you do any other infrastructure. With transportation, there's the long-range transportation plan and your MPO and the money you're going to get from the Federal Highway Administration, and then what you're going to do on local roads. You do things like design this at the edge of the right-of-way so you can take a road widening and not have to relocate the fiber. You do smart planning like you do with every other infrastructure.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
Apparently,
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
And I've also built a lot of these over around the country, Commissioner Price, as well. And you've got to take, as you understand, you've got to take that steps. Is it 100% foolproof? No, there's going to be things that happen. If the water table rises in a certain area, the right-of-way may be different in 15 years than it is today. You've got to take those into account, though, and put proper planning in place so that you minimize the ability to relocate. So here's a little bit of the difference, right? If you build and own, you are going to be responsible for 100% of those costs when things happen. And you're going to have to take that into consideration, and Joanne's team can run a financial model that can show you that. If you lease a portion of a fiber, you pay your pro rata share over time of that. So if they put in, if fiber works in bundles of 12, so if you put in 576 strands and the county leases 24 of those to take care of the county business, and I want to address, because we didn't answer Judge Jenkins' question about other people making money off this, and I'm going to get back to that. But if you lease 24 out of 576, you're responsible for the pro rata share of relocation costs, 24 over 576 of that cost. So what, about just under 5%, if my math was correct. Instead of being responsible for the whole thing. So there's a bunch of considerations that go into this. The fundamental concept is, though, that using your investment as the county that you're spending today in kind of a pay-as-you-go model, looking at that differently and saying we want to put in an infrastructure and we want to tie that infrastructure investment back to areas of the county that we know have been underinvested in. And Judge, to answer your question before, when we do that, we also want to have stipulations in there about that residential and business service, that the provider should be participating in the Affordable Connectivity Program, for example, that they should have a $30 low income rate so that low income folks don't have any out of pocket. AT&T does that today. We want to make sure that there's some stipulations in order to unlock that county investment and become the vendor of the county that also makes certain that we're checking the box and addressing those areas where residential service has been underinvested in over time. So it's a complex equation. You've got to think about it all. You've got at its basis level, you've got an ownership versus lease model. And then you also want to make sure that you tie this RFP to improving services in the areas where you haven't had the investment. And you also want to have a relationship here where you grow over time. So if there's certain areas of the city, if there's certain areas of the county that are cable-only service today, and this isn't anything against the cable company, but cable companies have had difficulty expanding the upload piece of their delivery. Normally, cable service has been asymmetrical, so you get faster download speeds than you do upload speeds. What we found during the pandemic is that upload became very important because we were doing things from home over video with our children and working from home and other things.
That's my point.
Yeah. Now, cable has told us that they have technologies now that can deliver gigabit symmetrical, and they've started to deploy that into neighborhoods. We will see if that works, but we want to make sure you have foundational infrastructure that you have foundational infrastructure leading into your neighborhoods, serving those government facilities, that it becomes easier to deploy fiber to the home in those last mile neighborhoods.
Los Angeles apparently has a much higher level of buy-in than most any other large city in the United States.
Right.
Has it been shown that in fact the variety of methods of delivery do perform and can ante up so that the upload is increased?
It has, but Commissioner Dr. Daniel, you also want to put in this RFP when you're talking about residential services. You want to put some things in there about residential service that don't crimp the last mile in a way. And what do I mean by that? Well, and it's not a bad thing, but the providers make money by oversubscribing service, right? So if I'm in a neighborhood that is going to use 10 gig, there's a maximum amount of 10 gig of download speeds into that neighborhood. I may provision that network for 5 gig, and because 90% of the time that's going to be fine. And where you'll start to see a slowdown is during the peak hours at night. We want to do things about limiting that oversubscription rate in those residential neighborhoods. We want to put things in the RFP that would address some of those stipulations so that the network scales with what you need it to. It scales over time. You can't just leave the network for 20 years and not upgrade the equipment that's in it, because we're going to have stipulations in there that hopefully the providers will come back and report to this body about how they're doing with those deployments.
And I think that's some of our apprehension. Historically, that's what's happened to certain neighborhoods, yes.
But the difference is now, Commissioner Price, is that you're investing in this. Your investment is key to unlocking this. So now you have an accountability standard that you can set. The federal government's given away billions of dollars over the last 20 years in rural broadband funding, but there's really not been, this process has been opaque to local government. If I asked you how much money in Dallas County a provider has accepted in high cost fund money to deploy in the rural parts of the county, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't even know where to go find that on the FCC website. It's there, but you wouldn't know.
But I also know that there have been providers who have at the beneficiary of some of those funds who have, have not delivered.
Yeah. And
And
in their defense, I will tell you that the FCC has been slow to raise the minimum definition of broadband, so that in accepting that money, all they've had to do is do some minor change-outs of equipment in order to be compliant with what they've done. So there's a lot of sides to this aspect of it, but understand what Joanne and her team have done, have basically said, let's make you part of this equation for the long term so that you're knowledgeable and accountable like you are for every other infrastructure that we have, like roads and water and sewer. This has been an opaque infrastructure to you, and we want to make sure that we position you with this report and with what you do next, that you all have a role in this and that you're knowledgeable of it. So you're not just taking calls and saying, hey, my broadband connection didn't work when I had to work from home and the children came home. We want you to be able to say, okay, this provider is going to come in and report to us because they're also the county provider. They've been fortunate of that county investment, And they're going to come in and report to us about residential service and the quality of that service. We believe that the only way you're going to get there right now is to leverage that long-term spend and put out something in the marketplace where you can address the county's needs for the long term, but then also those areas of the county that have been underinvested in. If I could give you the 2-second elevator pitch, that's it.
Do you want to get him back to the presentation?
Well, and you know, the city of Dallas have been part of the cable, you know, and I remember all the complaints about the cable.
Oh yeah.
You know, and there was very little I could do. You know, how to provide it
Yeah,
was in
Commissioner
charge of the
Garcia,
cable.
the FCC has a complaint line.
So, but you, what, I mean,
But I'll give you this because you'll
give
you'll
me something
appreciate
because
it.
you're not giving me the comfort to say, now you're going to be the provider and you're going to be
No, you're not going to be
We're
the
never gonna be-
provider.
You know, well, I mean, you're going to be the one that is going to tell the provider you are in charge of this, which is exactly the same thing that happened with the cable in the past.
So, you know, cable's a little bit different model in that you were charging them a franchise fee for the TV rights. But that didn't really give you any accountability back to this. They're going to be, what's different about this is they're going to actually be the provider of services to the county for county government. And you're also going to have that investment tied to them contractually to addressing some of these unserved and underserved areas. So it's a little bit different. It's not delivering TV service. It's more about you are a customer of theirs and the quality of service that they deliver for government. But in that, you're leveraging it so that you're also getting a view of how they're delivering to residential. So it's a little bit different.
But they're basically, this is basically a contract with another vendor, and all of us have had experience with vendors who did not produce. I want to take a look at another part of this too. To take a greater control, the county could stand up and say, we want to provide the maintenance or the support or whatever other parts to it, right? Does Dallas County have that capacity? Well, that's what I want to get into. If we have other models that we want to look at, and one of them is with the governmental entity taking on more of the responsibility, right?
So there are all kinds of models, but if we're just talking about maintenance responsibility for infrastructure, I mean, counties do that all the time. Your county does that all the time.
Right,
in
but
other
there's it's staff, it's knowledge, it's training.
Right. And
do we have that capacity to build into that?
Commissioner Daniels, you're asking them if we have within our IT department the knowledge to do an RFP?
I think the
to
RFP
handle
isn't, that's not an issue. I think it's producing in the end.
So we are not recommending that the county take a role beyond an infrastructure role to potentially either build or incent construction by the private sector of a fiber infrastructure asset. Maintaining that asset is actually a relatively straightforward matter, and the county and the private sector have that capability. When we're talking about physical maintenance of an infrastructure asset, that's a contract with a vendor who provides maintenance. Governments do that all the time.
Right.
What we're
And
not
we also have
recommending is that you become a
vendors
service
that did not
provider.
produce.
Well, this is what contracts are for. So just to be very clear about what our recommendation is, it's not an exercise of regulatory authority. It's to enter into a competitively awarded contract as you would in any other area that has enforceable commitments on the part of the county and on the part of its vendor that can then be enforced. But the county in this case can use its spending power through that contract to address some of its broadband public policy goals, as well as its ongoing spending as a government enterprise. It's a conservative approach that is being utilized around the country. It's not a bleeding edge or even cutting edge approach. It's a relatively cautious way of just using your spending power to make sure that you're getting as much value for taxpayers as you can.
And I agree with you. I mean, it's long overdue. We need it. I just want to separate the wheat from the chaff. I want to make sure that we're not talking about, ownership. We've made that clear. That's number one. But whether or not we leverage what's in the best interest of those individuals who, as you say, under that affordability model, can't seem to afford it. Okay. Judge, I think, I mean, we'll talk this to death, and
Well, did
I
you
think-
finish the
Yeah, I really
presentation
wanna
so
see
that
the
we
rest of
could get the full picture?
Yeah.
I will move quickly through our other recommendations, and I will just say that we make a series of recommendations about how the county can work with its key stakeholders and entities that are already deeply engaged and invested in digital opportunity, programmatic work, and other efforts, and very motivated in this space. And we think that the timing is particularly good for building a coalition like this and then providing resources for it, in part because the level of attention to this issue is at the highest it's ever been since the advent of the commercial internet, because of the pandemic in part, but also because there will be both state and federal resources that will come available probably on a competitive basis in the next couple of years to support these kinds of efforts. And this is an opportunity for the county to organize itself with its key stakeholders, build some internal capacity, potentially incent and catalyze some new programs that support members of the community where the need for broadband and digital opportunity is greatest, and then prepare for what we think is likely to be an opportunity to access state digital equity funds in 2024, and then a federal digital equity competitive program that will be run in 2025. And the county's own efforts to organize and provide some seed funding for those kinds of efforts could then pay off in that timeline. We are also recommending continued engagement with the private sector. You have some strong partners here in the county. You have entities that have an enormous stake in this and have big investments here, and that have shared some of their thoughts on things that they think could be impactful. We obviously would want all of them to participate in any RFP process that you undertook and then sign up for some commitments. And by the way, the benefits of competition in that case could really not only encourage them to offer even more, but also to do it in a way that is enforceable rather than just a verbal commitment that may or may not lead to results. And then preparing for the funding, all of these different activities, I think, roll up into that, knowing that there will be funding available in 24 and in 25. Finally, we are recommending that while we wouldn't recommend that you recreate programs that have already been created at the local level and where you have partners and stakeholders that are already doing this work, that a county level investment in coordination and planning in the form of an office with an individual who is responsible for this agenda, so that it is a primary focus of someone who is committed and experienced, reports to you, and navigates all of these areas, that the time has come for that, I think, and just about every jurisdiction around the country should be thinking in those terms about creating new capabilities around this rather than having it as an additional task of an IT department or an economic development department or whoever might be in charge. I think generally we are at the end of the set of recommendations. There's considerable data and analysis that underpin all the recommendations in terms of our findings, and I won't go into detail here given how much time you've already given me. Thank you.
You can go.
One last question to clarify on that piece that we were talking about risk. You price in risk whether you own it or you lease it. So you're buying that risk over time, you know. Then the question becomes, and if you own and you assume the risk up front, does that provide a substantial incentive for a private provider to move more quickly rather than in a lease model regarding reaching off of your network into neighborhoods?
So, Commissioner, I definitely think that under either model, risk can be accounted for when we are talking about technology risk and long-term risk. I do think that an ownership model places more of the market and construction risk on the county.
Yep.
Rather than on the private sector, but it also potentially creates other opportunities and benefits for the county, and particularly in the form that you just mentioned, in that you have control and you can incent certain kinds of behavior. I mean, quite honestly, what leads to better results in terms of private investment is competition or the threat of competition. There's no question about it whatsoever. All right, we see different kinds of results, different levels of investment by incumbent providers who are already in a market when they think that something new is coming that might compete with them. It's only when they don't face competition that they take markets for granted. So certainly if you own, you will have more control to try to influence that and to create new opportunity for competitors. But I think many of those benefits can also be secured through a lease model if the RFP and the resulting contracts are structured in a strategic and thoughtful way.
I don't want to think you to think I'm suspect of your report, but on this high-level design for a county fiber network, why are the data centers out way the hell out in North Dallas?
Because that's where they are.
That's where they are.
I understand, but
Oh, and that's long-term, that's where our servers are.
I understand that. Well, I know, but it's
That's
kind
our duplicative process.
I get that, but I don't see any opportunity in this design to talk about creating what I call backup data centers
In the southern sector.
southern sector.
That's a very worthy effort and initiative, and let me say, Commissioner, that if you have robust fiber broadband into the southern parts of the county, it will create new incentives for private deployment of those kinds of data centers, no question whatsoever.
I'm just
and the
reading the
county
map.
can be one of the first customers of those new data centers. That's a very worthwhile thing to consider. Your data centers that you're currently using are the ones that are up there in the north because that's where they're located, but it should absolutely be a goal to try to ensure new deployments in the south. And the way to do that is to create the roads to get there, and fiber is that road.
I would suggest that that line along 35 may have a couple spots that we could hit should we ever need a data center down there.
But I too wanted to say thank you very much for the efforts that a number of people, and the two of you standing here obviously were central in guiding the questions asked, the way the report was conducted, and I hadn't done research for a lot of years, really appreciate it. And as I did my last deep dive into it, there are a couple of the questions I had, but I'll take them offline if that's all right, just because I know that you have done this before. And I think that's one of the things too that is one of the questions that I have is this really gonna work? And through your experience, I think that there's a little bit of comfort that can be received from that, because this is a big step that we're taking, and part of it is your visualization in your head, and liken it to another utility, I think provides a way of doing that kind of readjustment of thinking that all of us have had to take on. And COVID just sped it up quite a bit, so that we do have to really look at the role of the internet as a transportation means in a large urban area. So thank you, first of all, for all that you've done, and thank you for what's coming up too, because I know that we're not quite done yet with this.
I want to echo that. It's been wonderful working with CTC, and thank you so much for these recommendations. I know that there's years and years and years of experience that was on those calls every week, and certainly we're going to get there soon enough. I just want to get there as fast as possible because we not only have the advantage of being in an urban area like this and using this as a way to draw the best and the brightest. It's also a way to make sure that the best and the brightest right now that live here right now and are in complete deserts from these opportunities receive these opportunities, and the next best and brightest are right here, and they're coming out of places that normally get overlooked.
Well, and I just want to say that, we knew we have a challenge in Dallas County. We didn't know precisely where the pulse was. And, just your survey that you put in the study, when you have more than, 76,000 people that are making less than $50,000 a year outside the city of Dallas, and they subscribe, to the service, but they're not getting any low-cost offering, it goes to say what we know, not equitable part of, make less than $50,000 and still subscribe and don't get what you're supposed to get. So thank you so much, and I definitely have to, look a little bit more into it, but thank you. I mean, it's been an eye-opener. Thank you.
So if it's okay, Judge and Commissioners, in the second Commissioners Court in November, we hope to bring you kind of a rough level kind of roadmap or plan of what that could look like timeline-wise, cost-wise, a high-level plan, if that's okay as
Please.
far as for next steps. Or Mr. Reed,
Please.
I don't know if you want
What a
to
great idea.
Yeah, let's get this
We
going.
want to do something with this info, so hopefully
Yes.
we can come
Yes,
back.
let's move
I
forward.
think that is the next step. Thank you so much, Ms. Kraft. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, we've got another group that also somebody's got to catch a flight, and that's our treasurer's presentation on the review of certificates of obligation, Series 2022 debt financing.
Judge, thank you so much. It's an honor. It was an honor to serve the county on this financing project. Before I introduce today's presenters, I'd like to thank our staff, and in particular, Reina from our office. She did an astounding job. And to Commissioner Daniel, who attended the bond sale in our office. Commissioner Daniel, is there anything that you would like to highlight and you witnessing what happened?
Sitting here, we have the pleasure of doing all kinds of things, but I never understood how people could be engaged in banking until I attended that session with the bond rating. And there is a real adrenaline rush that you get when you see everything kind of line up and you end up with a good result with the market that you cannot control, with the number of other players which you cannot control, but then still using your experience and your knowledge, you navigate through that to arrive at a good conclusion, which I want to commend the team that we have, because the county did receive a very low interest rate of 3.35, which, looking at now and what has happened since that date, you kind of go, oh my gosh, there was a semi truck coming at us that we suspected but were not sure about, and it did come. But so it was that experience that allowed us to get that very good rate. And looking around the room, one of the things we really work at here at this table is the diversity of how we do business.
That's right.
It's gotta look like Dallas County, and I was very proud that that too was something. They not only made the right decisions, or what appeared to have been the right decisions, but we did it in the right way. How we do business makes a difference. And part of that is, as they say, the proof is in the pudding. I wish I could look at my phone right now too, but I can't. But the county's AAA bond rating has been preserved. We're looking at once again, and part of it is being aggressive to a certain level, but then there's also a stability within the group of experienced people who we have representing us. So that, you know, we're going to knock on wood and do everything else. But part of it is you position yourself in making good decisions today so that you're in a better place tomorrow. And that's exactly what I think our team has done, so that Dallas County will be able to be in a good position to weather these market storms that we are in, that we have a stable financial performance with modestly improving reserves, which was another point that our budget officer wanted to see happen in Dallas County. The point of all this being is that I really appreciate, first of all, the experience, because I never had that kind of a rush in that kind of a setting, and so have a brand new respect for people in the banking industry, you know, that
Bless
dry
you.
science.
Ms. Medrano, before you got here, and I'm the only one, we took delegations with the auditor, and we went to New York. We were there on the floor. We've done all this. Let me tell you what you brought to the equation. You were the coach that assembled the team. That's the reason we're where we are. Okay?
Thank you so much.
And if you would have allowed me to finish that last sentence, it was exactly that. I did not have the privilege of going to New York, although I have been at Wall Street and, you know, saw them open Wall Street at one point. But then still to be able to bring Dallas County into that and watch the performance in the market with all the national, international buyers. I mean, that was a true excitement. And it's something that most people, I mean, they can see roads being built. They can see services being provided, but they cannot see the financial stability that Dallas County has due to the variety of services that our team provides us. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, and we will rapidly pay this off in tenure. So that's really good. Thank you so much, Commissioner Price, for recognizing that. It was a wonderful team led by a Latina, and real proud of her. And I know that this is going to change their trajectory as well in their line of work. Here today to present what we have found and the importance of the AAA rating, we have PFM, our financial advisors. Representing PFM is Carlos Allen, and also the minority arm of our financial advisors is Tejerina, Galvan, and Lawrence, and here to represent them is Adrian Galvan. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Medrano. Thank you, Commissioners Court, for this opportunity to present. We were last in front of you on August the 15th, and at that time, y'all gave us authorization to proceed with the certificates of obligation. Can y'all pull up the presentation?
Oh, it's on our screens.
Oh, okay.
We
on the screen.
we need
not
we need a
big.
wingman.
Is there somebody over here who can start that? He's on his way.
So just a couple of highlights. Commissioner Daniels brought up the historically great interest rate we received of 3.35%. We did do everything in our power to maintain the AAA bond rating, but Dallas County had done a lot of the legwork themselves with prudent policies and procedures. Some of the highlights from the rating agencies were y'all's fiscal performance, y'all's building reserves, y'all's prudent use of debt, so that y'all, we can't say y'all never issue debt, but when y'all do issue debt, it's in a prudent and a measured way. And y'all have less debt than all of your peers. So if we compare you to Harris County, Fort Bend County, Bexar County, y'all have significantly far less debt than they have. So that all puts Dallas County in a superior position. Slide 3, please.
And this cell will continue to keep us that way.
As long as we benefit from a growing and diverse economic environment, that's usually produced fruits through your taxable appraised value. And then as long as we don't make any financial decisions that erode our that erode our liquidity, or that we take on more debt than we can actually support.
Okay, and Dr. Watkins, based in our budget and the way we have been budgeting, those are the parameters that the county will continue to follow.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So after this debt issuance, where we funded $150 million of projects, Dallas County now has $236 million in debt outstanding that will pay off over the next 20 years. There will be a slight pickup in debt service next year, but it should be manageable on the tax rate impact side. And we issued this debt on a level principal basis, which is considered the most conservative. Most counties issue on a level debt service basis, meaning their payments every year is the same. We make sure that the principals are the same, and that gives y'all a much more aggressive pay down schedule, and it also attributes to the benefit in your ratings. In a second, Adrian is going to speak to the benefit of having a AAA rating. So we closed these funds on August 31st. We've done the post-closing analysis. One thing that that was mentioned earlier are underutilized businesses. Underutilized businesses took away 91% of the total compensation. They took away 85% of the underwriting compensation. That is attributed to the fact that we did a negotiated financing as opposed to a competitive sale. We picked the financing team, let the financing team know the county's objectives, and then everybody maneuvered to make sure we met the county's objectives. Everybody moved at a fast pace to get us closed in time, and I would say I was proud of everybody's performance. Dallas County staff provided us information in a rapid turnaround, which let us be able to close at a fast timeline. As previously stated, the debt has a 3.35% interest rate, and we have a rapid debt service pay down schedule. Next year, the total debt service will be right at about $13 million, and then the final payment, if we do not refinance it before maturity, will be right at $7 million.
You know, one of the things, and I appreciate, like I said, there's nothing probably better than the assembly of the team, Ms. McDowell, and I'm gonna keep going back to that. But one of the things that this court has done, and you continue to talk about tools, is that, and prior courts, the pay as you go tool in our toolbox has serviced us well. That's number one, and I'm gonna give credit to this court. That's number one, and we've maintained that. Number two, when you look at the debt service per capita, Dallas County is giant in this state. That's number one of the lowest debt service. Our constituents and residents, they don't understand that. And of course, our tax rate, and even dropping another penny. When you look at 254 counties, when you look at the second largest county, look at where we are in terms of tax rate. All of that paid into the equation to help you leverage as you went forward. And he'll talk about, I'm sure, double AAA.
Yes, sir. I think you perfectly encapsulated what the situation is that we were dealing with. The only variant that I would say from the presentation that we made in August to now, the court approved UBS as one of the managers in the pool, but because of Senate Bill 13 and 19, there was a finding by the comptroller that they weren't able to do business in Texas. So the lawyers did a great job of repapering the documents, and we were able to have a smooth transition. It did not impact closing. But that is one change from what was presented in court on August.
And when we met, we talked about that, and we knew that was a possibility coming forward.
I won't bore y'all with the market update, but rates are up.
How up are they?
Well, they're actually down over the last week, but we're up. If you look at over the year, we're up on the front end, 380 basis points, almost 4 whole percent. I mean, for 398 basis points, so that's 4 whole points on the front end. On the back end, on the 30-year, we're up 173 basis points, or 1.73%. So rates are materially higher over the last year.
So if we were going to make that same deal today, what would it cost us?
I got it right here. So last night I ran a hypothetical run, same structure, but with rates that are available right now, you would have borrowed at a 3.89%, which is 54 basis points, a half of a percentage point increase in just 2 months. And what does that equal to in dollars? So the interest, you'd pay an extra $9 million of interest on this loan. On a future value basis, on an MPB basis, it'd be 6.7 million. So that's 6.7 million less in projects you would hinder by waiting 2 months. So I'm glad you asked that question. I'm glad I was ready.
You're always ready. Thank you. I did want to say, too, that Treasurer Paulie Medrano has been, I think you've been in office 7 years, and during that time has most definitely very skillfully guided Dallas County through a lot of areas in the finance arena. And as treasurer has been able to put us in a position where we are well served today, but then put us in a better position for tomorrow. And so thank you, Treasurer Medrano, for all that you do to keep us on that. And your staff obviously is very skilled on what they do, whether it's figuring out, where we should put our day's receipts in order to get the greatest yield, whether we, better ways for our taxpayers to enter into the system. So thank you very much for all you do, and to work with the whole team. Because I saw John Ames was here a few minutes ago, because I know that you all have to work together, and the auditor obviously, is key to Dallas County being able to be in a good position. So hats off to our staff and being able to pick good people to see us through these times.
Thank you. The last slide we have is on the value of the AAA. I was asked this question, and Dr. Daniels, you took all my bullet points, so this will be short. But the value of the AAA, AAA is the highest rating possible. It makes you stand out, and it's especially important when we're dealing with choppy markets and volatility in the market. We're all watching the same news about inflation, recession, disinflation. It's worth even more now than it was when rates were at all-time lows even 8-10 months ago. It's worth more. So it's the highest rating. It makes you stand out with other issuers, especially in a choppy market. We ran a couple of hypotheticals on this slide. If your rating were to drop just one notch down to AA1, what would be the impact on this loan if you would have been in that condition versus your AAA? And you would have it would have been a $1.2 million of additional debt service of interest, or about $900,000 on a present value basis. So $1 million of capacity for projects gone just by dropping that notch on this financing. If you were to drop 2 notches down to AA2 on this same loan, you would have paid an additional $2.3 million in interest, and when you present value that back, that would have been about 1.7, 1.8. That's just projects gone away that you couldn't do because that money would go into interest costs. I've got the bullets at the bottom here on what S&P looks at, the highlights when they assess S&P Global Ratings, what they key in on for your AAA. And some of these are out of your control, and some of them are directly in your control. The first bullet down there, robust and expanding economy, access to broad and diverse metropolitan, the growth. And I know you all work on economic development. A lot of that is happening around you. The next bullet's stable financial performance, modestly improving reserves. That's where general fund balance, protecting your reserves, being careful and diligent when it comes to issuing debt, that's when that really comes into play. Good fiscal management practices and policies, that's where Treasurer Medrano comes into play, and everyone supporting the policies and keeping those in position. And favorable debt profile, rapid payment of your debt service, level principal, all that plays into your AAA. So I wanted to give you just a quick overview.
And for the record, let me just put that when we pass budgets, you know, and I know that we all know how we vote here, but when we pass budgets that don't allow us to invest in the future or vote for budgets that give us zero infrastructure, technology, or anything of that matter, even if they look politically correct, don't help our AAA funding, correct? You don't have to answer. I know the answer. Thank you.
But that's it. In summary, AAA is very important, especially in these times that we're entering, and we applaud you for all your hard work. And back to your staff, we couldn't have done this deal as quickly as we did this summer if not for your staff reacting so quickly with all the demands that we need on information and planning.
Well, thanks for the presentation that highlights an area that the public really does not see much of, but is something that this court must pay attention to. And I think that you've already highlighted the importance and what it means to taxpayers to not only look for the good deals and be ready to act as Treasurer Medrano and her staff did, and then the long term, what is the significance of our bond rating, and how does that impact how we do business? So thank you very much for the presentation.
The main point is that the fact that we continue to lower deferred maintenance and the fact that we can pay these with the solvency of good budgeting, accounting, and solid finance basis with our debt service and our reserves, which right now are at 40 something last time, 80 something in today's agenda, you know, keep us strong. And that has to be the base. Like Commissioner Price say, you know, just being conservative for many years without investing in the future would not get us there either. You know, I think Dallas County is taking advantage of what they have, you know, saved for many years and now being smart on how you spend in the future and how you pay back. Thank you so much. That's my 5 cents.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're not done yet.
Thank you.
I know I make Dr. Watkins really happy.
Since the agenda is already suspended, we also have some outside guests for the CHNA who are here.
That's what I was getting ready to say, please. Yeah, I got it.
Good morning. So thank you for having us this morning. We are here to talk about the implementation plan as it relates to the community health needs assessment. I would first like to take a very quick opportunity to introduce some individuals who are here with us today. Many of you are familiar with the fact that the initiatives that we are going to discuss are led by multidisciplinary teams at Parkland. The majority have physicians, administrators, nurses, community health workers, community development specialists, educators, case managers. And so today we have with us Dr. Donna Prasad, who is the medical director for Homes and CHNA.
We have Marjorie Quint Buzed, Senior Vice President of Nursing for Women, Infant, and Specialty Health. We have Dr. Caesar Termula, who is the Associate Medical Director for Parkland at COPC. We also have Juanita Chisholm, who is our Director of Nursing for COPC, and during this time served as the Senior Vice President of Nursing for Population Health. We have Teresita Oaks, our Director of Community Health Programs. Curtis Young, Operations Administrator for the Psych ED. And then you have Mike Malays, Angela, and myself, and Dr. Wong, whom you are familiar with. So without further ado, I will get us started. As you know, we completed the 2019 report for...
Is there a PowerPoint with this?
There should be,
Yeah,
yes.
there should be, because I've got it broken down by slides and questions for slides. So I know you got should have at least 47, got at least 47 slides. At least.
Oh, we don't have it.
And load this up.
Please.
Yeah, because I know they sent it. I mean,
No,
Yeah, no, it came to us, but I don't know.
they're bringing it down.
yeah. Mr. Heichel.
Who sent it? Who sent it?
Should be it. Should be it.
So I'm not finding it.
Where's the Better Health talking points? That's Parkland budget. No, I don't see it. No, here we are. Yeah, Dr. Malay, yep, Dr. Malay sent it
Okay.
on the 13th. Yeah, there it is. It's PDF.
We sent out 2 blasts last week. We sent out 2 blasts last week and all the bounce backs.
There we go.
Amen.
While they're doing that, I want to be real clear on the record about this whole thing about the community health needs assessment. It's interesting, and again, I'll go through it slide by slide, but Parkland continues to implement and sustain an improved community engagement strategy through the CHNA, which is both, recognized and commendable. However, what is interesting to me is that healthcare still remains a challenge in Dallas, being the second least insured, largest city in the nation. And when I was reading all that, the impact, this whole healthcare, because they talk about us being so, we're being so fragmented. We're not coordinating at the front end. expediting patients into care through building partnerships with Parkland, federally qualified. I mean, I can go on, and like I said, I'm going to go through these slides. But how do we get that particular mark on our report card? We're the second least insured, okay. And Dr. Millay, we talk about this all the time, but the second least insured, largest nation in the country. And so I guess what I'm concerned about is from federally qualified health center networks and other public healthcare entities, how are we coordinating? What's that collaboration look like? Improved access, but instead we still remain, pretty much siloed, in our approach. We're urging patients into, our system there at Parkland, but and we really have the ability to do better, bottom line. But when you read that report, it was pretty telling, and that's where you're gonna find. No, the report that was in the 2010 large city in the country.
Well, and that's a problem that we have in the state of Texas. I mean, we rank, 49 in the whole nation. So,
yeah, but
Commissioner, and we only have one public hospital in the North Texas region. I mean, there's a lot of, challenges, but nevertheless, I mean, we're just in a state that didn't take Medicaid expansion, that will leave millions of dollars on the table.
Don't go there. They're federally qualified health centers. They're numerous. And when we look across the span of collaboration, what it's basically saying is that we are not collaborating in a manner that is the best interest of our citizens. And that's what the report is saying. We're expediting patients, through into care, and we're not building the kind of partnerships that are really available to us. Even when they talk about FQHCs in this country, I mean in this county, we're still not servicing the lion's share of people who are eligible and who is navigating. We just sat here and spent time. You're up?
Yes,
okay.
we are.
Okay, I'll let.
Let's go ahead and start.
I got questions for slides.
Okay. So it would be a disservice if I did not also indicate that the individuals that we've worked with on the CHNA implementation plan have really embraced the work that we do. And there are countless individuals and organizations that have helped support us in our endeavor to address these initiatives. And so I will not be able to name them all, but I hope to at least name some of the ones that we collaborate most frequently with. One of the things I would like to say that in this work, we have initiated a large volume of agreements with individuals so that we all understand the accountability of the work within the CHNA. And it doesn't go unnoticed that when we look at service across the 3 years, we've provided over 500,000 units of service. And so I hope to do justice to that today by going through the executive summary and then opening it up for any questions that the commissioners may have. So, overarching strategy for our CHNA is, of course, the implementation of the electronic medical record Epic Community Connect at Dallas County Health and Human Services. One of the things that we recognized very early on is that we need to lay the infrastructure for future success for additional CHNAs for Dallas County. There has been an immense amount of work by a large number of individuals. Dallas County Health and Human Services did go live on September 12th. That was a huge accomplishment, both at the Sexual Health and Tuberculosis Clinic, and then followed by the Refugee Clinic. We do have the additional clinics that will go live in 2023, and I know that they're working on the implementation lab. So I turn it over to Dr. Wong to talk about the importance of this implementation.
Yeah, and just overall, sort of, we're going to hear, and Dr. Hernandez is going to talk about and sort of intersperse some of the things where DCHHS is contributing. But I mean, I think it represents a really great partnership and collaboration between DCHHS and Parkland, because health is not just clinical healthcare services, but it's other aspects that contribute to health. And that's where I think it's a great partnership between the clinical services and resources of Parkland and the population level, prevention-oriented services, that public health activities that we have at DCHHS.
How many
So it's a great, really
FQHCs are in Dallas County, Dr. Wall?
Pardon?
How many FQHCs are in Dallas County?
How many? I know there's some smaller ones. We work with less.
That wasn't a question. How many are there?
How many?
I believe there are
Five.
How many do we collaborate with?
We work with quite a few of them at various, some of the events. You'll see some of them. We work very closely with Los Barrios, some of our co-locations. But again, it's clinical services, and we sort of do some of those other wraparound support efforts. Again,
There are 5, and what percentage of our population are they servicing? See, I appreciate coming here and you want to, this is what we're doing, this is what we're trying. Yeah, y'all talking to each other, but there are other providers out there.
Sure.
And as a result, we're still not servicing the majority of the population, bless you, that are eligible.
Yeah, and again, that's where I would just point out how we're working together. We have the limited clinical services, but we do some of the other population level services. And some of the things that we talked about, I think we shared with you our strategic plan. It's sort of the OKR priorities and other things that address how we're going to address those disparities that came out of the CHNA, that there's a 23-year gap in life expectancy just between some of these the zip codes. And so some of the things, as Dr. Hernandez was mentioning, the data. That's a population level activity that we do with the health department. We have now implemented the EPIC so that we can have more sharing of that data, but also we're really, and you all are supporting this, and we appreciate the modernization of this data. So as we've seen with COVID, how important it is just to get that data so we can address these disparities, get that granular level of where the problems are, and that's what we're working together with Parkland to share some of that. Some of the other things, just coordinating, as we've talked about, social services and some of the other things that support these other contributors to problems in health disparities. And so our housing efforts, all these things that seem disparate but are some of the major contributors, and some of our OKRs, again, that have been in our strategic plan. Building on our programs to address chronic diseases. Before I got here, we were very focused on infectious diseases, and that's what, as you'll hear in this, the chronic diseases like cancer, diabetes, heart disease, all of those are some of the things that we're really focusing on with the CHNA and contributing. We're doing our population level things like the community gardens and other things so that people can make the healthy choice of healthy eating and get physical activity, as well as building on the clinical services. Also the collaborations and partnerships, again, part of our OKRs that we're trying to build, and FQHCs are one of the partners, but we do, again, a lot of partnerships, again, with Parkland. Building, expanding our community outreach, that's what we've seen with COVID, how important it is to get our services out there, and that's what we've been focusing on. And then specifically trying to focus on some of the STIs, and I think that's what we'll hear with Dr. Hernandez's
Commissioner,
presentation.
I don't want to hold up Jessica, but I just want to make it clear for the record that we do collaborate with FQHC. We have quarterly meetings with them, calls where they have a voice to, I'm on those, so I know that they occur regularly, where they have a voice to raise any concerns, particularly during COVID. We worked with them very closely, Lenora and Los Barrios, who are tapping out at foremost with regard to vaccination efforts. So, the idea that we are siloed and don't speak to them, it's a meeting on our calendar every
Well, a meeting on your calendar, doctor, doesn't get you there. Where are the metrics?
I
where are the metrics in terms of what you're doing in terms of servicing? I also talked to Foremost. I talked to Los Barrios, but I talked to other FQHCs. And there's a report that talks about that we are not servicing not even 50% of the individuals who would qualify. And if we have 5 FQHCs in this county, I'm trying to figure out why is there not a better collaboration with regards to my constituency?
So if I could talk a little bit about the access to care and coverage after we get through the overarching, I think you might see some of the collaborations because we do work with them very closely. We provide services on site and we also accept their patients into our specialty care. So we also have a large contingency of moms that do prenatal care at the FQHCs and deliver at Parkland. So there is a lot of collaboration with regard to clinical care, but if I can get through the strategy, and then hopefully that will address some of the issues, Commissioner Price, when we get to access to care. I don't want to not mention the fact that when we began looking at strategies, certainly the collaboration with Dallas County Health and Human Services was important. Being on the same medical record is imperative. One of the things that we've been approached with by Lenore has been to extend Community Connect to them because it is important for us to know when they've been to Health and Human Services and what services they received, just as it is when they go to the FQHCs. It certainly helps us in terms of the delivery care, but it also helps us not duplicate services and therefore provide it at a less expensive endeavor for us. So we did tell them that our first foray into connecting our electronic medical record to better communicate with each other was going to be with Dallas County Health and Human Services, but they certainly are on the list for us to consider in the future. To Commissioner Garcia's point about policy, we found very quickly that there were some primary and preventive services that we were not offering that the general public who is insured has availability for without a deductible, without a copay. And so we did Parkland approved the following primary and preventive services at no cost to patients. So you can see there, if you are on PFA or on our self-charity discount program, you can have your COVID testing, your vaccine, flu vaccine, your HPV vaccine, your Pap screening, mammography screening, lung cancer screening, and your FIT test at no cost. And we have a desire to promote and to protect an individual's health. And so part of that is having these services that have a strong scientific evidence of providing a health benefit for preventive care. I would also share with you that one of the initiatives, Breast Health, that I think surprised most of us when we looked into it is that a woman was not able to self-refer. So as you know, individuals can self-refer for mammography screening. At Parkland, there was a long-standing clinical edict that you had to have a PCP in a COPC before you could refer yourself for that service. So we met with those clinicians, with the medical directors, understood exactly why that was in place, but worked with them to make them feel comfortable to allow women who did not necessarily have PCP within the system to self-refer for breast screening. And so you'll see our screening numbers have significantly increased because women are now able to self-refer rather than to wait for an appointment for a PCP to write.
But the problem I have, again, I was going to wait, you had slide 3024. You know, how often are these mobile mammography units deployed for weekend outreach events? It was silent. How many screenings are administered at each outreach? You know, are you seeing patients in neighborhoods and outreaches? Are they executed, or any of the people coming from outside those neighborhoods for screen? I appreciate all of this presentation, but there are so many things that are not answered. And you went to slide 24 before, That was Ray, because I've got it locked here. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, what are you doing? I mean, it sounds good, you know, at the drone level, at the 10,000 foot. I'm trying to get on the ground so that I'll know what you're doing.
So one of the things that you have a lot of information in front of you, but you're absolutely right. It's very difficult to include everything. This is a preliminary evaluation, and those questions that you bring up today, we'd be glad to bring up the data and include it. I would share with you that our mammography screening van is available to the community 6 days a week. 5 days out of that week, they go to the COPCs and perform screenings at the COPCs so that the ladies do not have to travel to the Parkland campus to get their screening. And on the weekend, if not both weekends, usually the one weekend, which is the Saturday, they perform screenings. Now, if we partner with a faith-based organization, we usually do those screenings on Sunday because that's when they're there for service. But at minimum, we're out 6 days a week. I will tell you that we used to schedule about 60 women for those screenings. With COVID and social distancing, we've had to decrease that. So we now schedule about 30 women every time a van goes out. And we usually screen about 25 individuals when they are there.
But
I had wanted to have the mammogram service at a resource fair that RNB1 is having, and it is a year.
It is a year out.
You have to schedule that a year in advance. So it is already booked throughout the year.
all I'm trying to find out is, they're already doing screenings on weekends. Are they doing screenings at Moody? Are they doing screening at Redbird, or C.V. Roman, or Southeast Dallas? You know, do we need to add more access to mammogram screening on weekends? What has the response been like? That's not here. That data is not here. And as I said, it sounds good. It's a nice little presentation, but where are the facts? I mean, I don't know how we just spent 2 hours talking about broadband, and we were all drilling down into the granular. Same thing here.
So, Commissioner, we have had events on weekends at Moody. They have not been in high numbers, but we did like a Mother's Day event where we had breast screenings, and we did have a large number of women show at Moody. When we go out in our access to care and coverage services, we do ask individuals if they've been screened for breast care in the last year. If they have not, we ask them if they would like us to schedule the appointment, and we also ask them where would be the most convenient place for them to go. If it's Redbird, we will schedule them at Redbird. If they prefer to go to campus, we'll do that. If they are attached to a COPC, we will do that as well. We also send the mammography van out to the FQHCs. So that was a request the FQHCs had of Parkland, and we do have them on the schedule to go out to those health centers.
I'm asking for a heat map. Okay, but somebody provide a heat map and the metrics with regards to the heat map, and whether it's on that 5 days or that weekend. Just want to see the heat map. I want to see where you're going.
Okay.
I want to see where you're fishing. You know, I want to know what's the response. What's your outreach, you know, in those communities before you just send them out? I mean, we found that out during COVID. We have to do outreach to drive people. But that's not in here.
Okay. We will get the heat map for the mammography van that goes out in the community. We will map out the last year where we're going, as well as the number of screens that we have conducted.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's embedded in those screening numbers, but I understand that's not visible to you in the form that we've provided it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, so access to care and coverage is where we have established, to Commissioner Price's point, going out into the community beyond the walls of the health center to conduct screenings. We began this in March of 2021, and we have established 8 community-based screening locations. They are with community-based organizations that are trusted within the community and that are located in the high-priority zip codes. So you'll recall our zip codes are 75210, 11, 16, 17, and 241.
Again,
And so we very,
I'm also, what is the average number of visits to each of those community sites? You know, again, no information, you know, and are there metrics?
So under the Access to Care slide, there is a flyer that outlines what locations we go to on what days and what hours we spend. We have been there, like I said, for about almost a year and a half to 2 years. We have completed over 8,322 screenings at the sites. We offer a menu of services. So primarily and a priority is, of course, blood glucose for our diabetic patients, high blood pressure. So we do blood pressure screens. We also evaluate for pediatric asthma, whether an individual has had their flu shot, whether they've had their screening mammogram. And so there's a menu of services based on the time that the individual has to spend with us, based on the interest the individual has to spend with us, that we can go through. It is our hope that we can go through the entire menu of services, behavioral health screening. We screen for the social determinants of health, and first and foremost for coverage. So we have on-site patient financial services representatives from Parkland who will assess whether an individual is eligible for any grant program, Medicaid, Medicare, and as a last resort, PFA. So you can see there that for those who take advantage of that PFA screening and go through our process, 86% will have been approved for PFA or for SPCD, which is a huge accomplishment because what we find is that most of our individuals don't seek care because they are concerned about the bills that they may incur. So we want to get them on a coverage that will work for them at Parkland. Now, if they indicate to us that they have a history with another PCP, like an FQHC in the community, we will make that connection to care. Our goal is not to interrupt an individual's medical trajectory with their PCP. It really is just to ensure that they're getting regular screenings and that they have a location that they can call what we say a medical home.
But Ms. Rodriguez, you still, okay.
One of the other things I will share with you is that over the couple of years, we've trained 105 staff that represent 39 partner organizations on the Patient Financial Assistance Program. So as we went out into the community and talked to our community-based organizations, many of them had a desire to learn how it was they could get the individuals they serve onto PFA. And so we did training. The list of the organizations that participated are in your packet.
Saw them. But you didn't tell me pre and post. You did the training. Now.
Pre and post, how many we trained?
No, you said, I mean, you trained. So as a result of your training, what did you see in terms of?
So one of the things that has been challenging has been to really understand the number of individuals that these organizations support. So when we train the individuals, we ask that on a monthly basis, these community-based organizations let us know that they have sent patients to us with a completed application so that we can, to your point, track the outcome of the training we've provided. We've had some community-based organizations that are challenged in terms of resources and haven't been able to provide that information, while others are very good about doing that. So we quickly recognize that one of the things we need to do is within our own electronic medical record, when an individual applies, we need to be asking if someone has referred them to Parkland so that we can identify when the work that we've been doing in the community has brought to bear some fruit. So in what we call our Medicator system, We have put money in the FY23 budget to upgrade it so that we can now include, when someone is referred, who that referring party is.
Okay, so,
Otherwise, we're doing it manual and we're just not getting great data right now.
okay, so, again, of the organizations, you said some are challenged. What percentage? I'm just trying to get to some real data, and like I said, I appreciate you proffering.
I just point out, we do have a slide in here with the full number of mammograms. What we didn't have was what you asked for on the heat map, but I would say, because we probably didn't make it clear enough in here, they're not in this metric if they're not within the CHNA zip code. So when you ask where they're coming from, are they coming from outside the CHNA zip code, they would not be included in the metric if they weren't from the identified zip codes where we wanted to reduce the late stage diagnosis. So you're right, we could have put a map in here, so I just wanted to clarify for you that this isn't like University Park mammograms or somewhere else. They're from the zip code or they're not.
All this report is based on the zip codes that CHNA had identified. And I mean, I don't know, Commissioner Price, but I'm looking at all the formal agreements and that we have with all these organizations. You know, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 pages of, you know, different partners. So,
Where's the FQHCs? That was
no,
my question.
I understand, but I mean, the formal agreements, the student placements, I mean, there's a lot of information, and
I've been through all of that, Dr. Garcia. Don't insult me.
I'm
that
not
I have-
insulting you,
Don't
Commissioner.
insult me that I haven't gone through it. I've got
I
pages
know you
of
have,
questions.
and so have I,
Okay,
and that's
so
what I'm saying.
when I ask a question,
I
that
know what
expect
you're
to be answered.
asking, you know, but what I'm saying is that the information is here presented in another model. I think Dr. Malays just went through it. It's in a map rather than in a heat map. And I think that, yes, I mean, I understand that all of us look at information differently and receive information differently, but, you know, I've been, you know, amazed to see how many formal agreements we have. You know, one of the things that I was looking at the other day is how much more we've been doing in those zip codes that we identify with CHNA. Commissioner, you remember just, you know, 10 years ago, we just wanted to go into the zip codes that we thought needed the most looking into it. Now we're having it. Is it enough? I don't know, and I think that's where you and I are going, you know, but that we're working into it. I mean, I am amazed on how much more we're doing today than what we're doing 10 years ago with this, when we don't have the information that we have today. So with that, I also would like to see, and I know, Ms. Hernandez, you're getting through it. We are starting to train, we're starting to go into those 5 zip codes, we're starting to look at some of the results. What are the needs that are in priority order, okay? I know you have diabetes, you have mammograms, cancer, blah. What are the highest need based on our population, you know, in those areas?
To be quite honest, it's education. I mean, we find quite often that there's a lot of misconception. I think we found the same thing when COVID with regard to care. And it has, to be honest, even for someone like me who worked many years in the community through population health, eye-opening to sit down with individuals and hear their understanding of preventive services and how if I go and I now find out I have a lump, it's going to progress quicker than if I never even knew. Or if you sit down with someone who says, yes, I've had high blood pressure before I received 30 days of medication, but I took it, and they believe that is the end of the treatment regimen. So just helping people understand how to manage and monitor chronic diseases, and that it is a lifetime, not just a 30-day taking of medication, I think is the most crucial and the most important. And you'll see there, even on the presentation, there were some comments about some of our classes being large, some of our classes being very small, and whether there was a benefit. What we have found through talking to individuals is they want that one-on-one communication. They want you to understand their life circumstances so that you can best help serve them and provide the resources so they can lead a better quality of life.
You know, the only thing, you know, these things go back to Sue Pickens, and there are probably very few out there can remember when Sue was around the same CHNA. CHNA is not new, okay? The only thing that is new is the Affordable Care Act says now we move into another phase in terms of implementation. That's it. But we don't move into that phase again. When I'm asking, you know, about partners, you know, what they're doing, where they're struggling, I'm asking for specifics. I'm asking for a plan. You know, I mean, I read the data extremely well, and I began by complimenting Parkland for improving engagement strategies. I began that way, but it's still, you know, we're still the second least insured, you know, city in the nation. That's number one. And then number two, I want to make sure that, you know, we're driving down with a real plan to get, you know, get things done. I appreciate I don't know what the appropriation is for CHNA this year versus last year. You know, all the little nice colored slides, fine. I want some granular information. And you talked earlier when you introduced the nurse, you know, how do women learn about these programs? You know, do they learn at prenatal visits, you know, prior to their delivery? You know, what is the recruitment process? None of this. I don't, you know, care how you take this data. You can shuffle it any way you want to. It's not plain. It's not glaring.
And we will answer the questions. I think the approach that I took when creating the summary with our teams was looking directly at the implementation plan. What is it that we said we were going to do, and try to share that with you today. If there is any detailed information from any of the initiatives that is missing, we are happy to provide it. Just very quickly, in terms of MCAP, which is I think what you're referring to, and Marjorie and Dr. Nelson at UT Southwestern leading that initiative, we did hire individuals that are on the floor that go to the mom's room to introduce the program to them, recommend to them that they join the program and enroll. I will tell you that when we started that program, our desire was to enroll about 886 women. We are well over 2,700 now. The individuals that are going to the rooms and talking to the moms are doing a phenomenal job, letting moms know why this program is of benefit to not only themselves, but their families. We've also got some really great partners in terms of MCAP with Hope Supply Company and I Look Like Love that provide material resources for these women, for their babies, clothing, diapers, anything that they might need. So they've really done a phenomenal job, and like I said, we can answer the questions that you have and go into the detail.
Well, you just did.
One thing on that. I mean, you're correct, is that it is very hard for us to get everything that we need to get into and out. Daryl I would not be very popular with him if I put everything in here. As you know, you came to the hospital when we first did. You heard from the MCAP program. You heard from all these. That took more than 4 hours. Literally, you were there for more than 4 hours, if you remember in that conference.
I remember.
So it's not, we apologize if there's something not in here that you wanted in here. It's not our intention to come here with anything incomplete. We just may have to add a subsequent session with you because the kind of detail you got,
Well, I got about 20 questions here, and I got them personalized. I got them broken down.
But if we need to set up a separate thing,
okay.
That's
Okay, so in other words, y'all are trying to tell me in a nice way. Y'all want to go ahead on and present your drone level, 50,000 foot level, and don't want me to ask no question. My point is that at the end of the day, I will generate these questions to you. But you know, and I appreciate it. And this is not a slight at you, Ms. Howdy. You've been around here, THERESA, y'all see me long enough. I'm gonna ask because you just answered one of my questions. So I asked you, I said, you said you expected 800. And you've done 2,700, or you expected 700, and you did 28. I'm just trying to get numbers so we can say, hey, the money that we're appropriating was working. How much? What was your funding last year? Do you need more this year? we just need, I need data.
I'd like to recommend that this is such an important subject and we keep putting it off because there's so much data involved. Maybe we set up a half-day session with the court that we can really focus and hone in on these issues with CHNA. And if the court would be...
That's,
I think that's a great idea, and we should send our questions in advance because there's like everybody has been saying here, these will take you, months to analyze all the data. Now, one thing that I've seen, and I would like Commissioner Price says, before, after, map with, heat zones, what are the communities that are being served, racial, breakdowns. And then, I noticed in all the data that you sent, most of the goals have been surpassed way beyond what is needed out there. So the last part will be how much more money do we need to get out of being the city with the highest, uninsured rates?
No, because see, if you're reading the same thing I am with community health workers and I've brought this up before. You only got 11 CHA, 1 supervisor, 10 staff. And they are stretched across all of these initiatives.
So
well,
what?
11 is enough. You manage it. You can grow these initiatives. I mean, come on. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the granular level. If you got 11, and I brought this up once before. Okay. So I just ain't none of this no surprise.
If you got 11 and you're overstretched already when you already surpassed your goal, how much more people or money or interest do we need to get to, a position where we can make a difference?
I would not disagree with that statement. We are not at the point where we are stretched. We just opened 2 additional access to care service locations with the Dallas Housing Authority. I would also share that I have depicted in this presentation the CHNA positions that were hired as a result of CHNA. We also have CHWs or community health workers through MCAP. We have some community health workers.
Sorry, can you get a little closer to the mic?
Sure.
They're telling me it's not picking it up on the internet for people watching.
We also have CHWs that are hired through PCCI, through Steve Miff and his group, who help us with pediatric asthma. And then we, of course, have community health workers through the Dallas County Health and Human Services. So while these are the individuals that we hired through the CHNA to represent the zip codes that we were targeting, we have other resources outside of that department that help support these.
And Doctor, I appreciate what you're saying, but I think your people will tell you, when they show up at Lincoln for those survey, I'm there. When they show up in West Dallas at the library, I'm there. And just like you said, I spent 4 hours. So now I want to see, what I'm calling granular information, because we can even get into the cultural competency. I'm not going to put that on you today, because that's, got it in your slides. But yeah.
This with the presentation and partial evaluation. THERESA will be doing an evaluation.
Oh, okay. So she's going to THERESA. Okay, so well, let's. Okay, Mr. Martin, I got it. Yeah, let's just. Okay,
I'll work with Parkland and DCHHS to set up a half-day session for us to really get into the weeds.
I think that's a great idea because, I think we're doing a disservice to Parkland and all the people that are here and all the organizations that work with this when, we don't get all the answers. And Commissioner Price is right. People out there want to know what are the services, how are we implementing them, how many people we're reaching, which areas are we reaching. And, I think that deserves more than, 30-minute briefing when you have this very good, in-depth information. So I think it's a great idea, Mr. Martin, and we should do it.
We'll do it within the next 30 days.
And I began by throwing a salvo saying that you have improved.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want you to miss that.
I'm holding on to that.
Yeah.
That's what I am holding on to up here.
And we're going in the right direction, definitely.
That's
I
on
think.
tape, Commissioner.
Yeah, we all appreciate all the work that you do and on the emergencies with our constituents. All these entities are always right there ready to help. So We appreciate that, and I also will recommend, Mr. Martin, that every commissioner, has enough time to read it, and then they can present their questions in advance. So when you all come, everybody's is satisfied with what we're going to
Well,
read.
I think we all got to, did we all, I didn't get this before anybody else did it. Okay.
I think you all got it the same.
Yeah, we all got it at the same time.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I read it too.
Okay,
Yeah.
I read it.
I think that's an excellent idea,
Okay.
Mr. Martin,
Okay.
because one of the things I think is overarching here is seeing all that is being done, not only by Parkland and Parkland staff, but in conjunction with Health and Human Services and a lot of providers around Dallas County, that we're still not moving the needle as far as the number of insured people. And I think that we really need to take a deeper dive into what, I guess some of the things I think of is that Dallas County has one of the highest levels of migration of people who are difficult to find and communicate with. What impact does that have on our delivery of service? But trying to figure out, okay, what are some of the factors that are causing those circumstances, and then what can we be doing jointly to attempt to address them? So I'm looking forward to the deeper dive conversation.
I agree, and I think there also is a nuance between coverage at Parkland and at the FQHC versus someone who's insured. PFA is a program, it's not an insurance. So
I know.
all those numbers will not capture individuals who have coverage otherwise but do not have insurance.
And I spent some time with that gentleman in terms of, as you know, a number of my constituents had concerns about how easily accessible. We spent all this time talking about broadband. They couldn't navigate your site. And so he did work it and made it more user-friendly and we're able to get in there. But as you said, still people don't meet that threshold. Okay? I get that. But and you did begin your presentation by saying, we've got to deal with people on a different educational level. I pop into the COPCs and just try to, see what's going on. All I'm saying to you is that at the end of the day, we've got to get data, and you got to have targets, and you've got to have metrics that we can go back to. And I even want to see your budget. I think that's what really drove this, because Dr. Malay, remember doing the budget session, I said, hey, where's the line item with CHNA and how much did it increase? I'm back to those 11 individuals. I just can't believe community health workers, you can get across all those zip codes, with 10 workers and a supervisor. That seems to be pretty.
Well, and I don't disagree that I think in the next iteration of the CHNA, we do have to look at the approach. So, when we started this, we thought, very rightfully so at the time, that going in and partnering with our community-based workers who had locations in the targeted zip codes, we would draw individuals. What we have found, Commissioner, is that because those CBOs are so strong, they tend to get people from all over, from the surrounding zip codes. So while we are seeing large volumes and we're doing high screenings, we need to penetrate our target zip codes even further. So how do we go beyond that? And so I think that's when we will need to take a look at whether we continue in the trajectory we're in, or do we have another approach that will help us delve deeper into those particular zip codes. So I think we have learned a lot in these past couple of months. But like I said, we're still opening CBOs. We have found that our residential locations bring larger volumes. Our food pantries bring larger volumes. So where people are coming to receive services and we're present and saying Parkland is here, they will stop by. So I think that we're still learning in terms of approach. We're willing to pivot so we can dig deeper into the zip codes that we need to be in. So I don't disagree that that is a conversation we will likely need to have in the future.
Excellent.
So I'm going to move on to. We're going to stop? Okay.
Stop and do it.
Well, okay.
Well, I'm
Are there
probably,
any additional questions that I can answer with regard
No,
to?
I'll just put them on
Don't?
the right.
Okay.
but I think you know where he's going in terms of the
Absolutely.
information
Yes.
they're looking for. So we'll plan another session within the next 30 days.
Okay, thank you so much.
And even that homes unit, I saw somebody, who's in charge of the homes unit? You know, it's really interesting. And of course, we've now built a deflection center because I watch the homes unit appear there once a week prior to our now constructed Parklands on site. But I'm noticing the homes unit several times being over on Ledbetter at 35 in the parking lot. What is your strategy with regards to that homes unit? I want to know what the strategy. You don't have to answer now. I'm just telling you. I'm going to ask that because when I see it, whenever I see this, I mark it. I'm like, okay. And then I see a little tent, and I'm wondering, well, who made that decision? Same zip code, 75216. I'm saying it's sitting out in the middle of a parking lot. How did you get there? I'm just looking for that.
and also probably it will be good in the next session to say, to have a part, what have we learned? And you talk about pivoting, right? I mean, what have we learned and where are we going? Okay, if this is not working, because like you're saying, you put something, food distribution 75217, and everybody comes from all over Dallas County. Therefore, you at the end of the day don't know exactly how many people from 75217 actually get there. So I would like to know, what are we learning? What have we done? Because, I mean, while Commissioner Price says CHNA is not new, the way we're approaching CHNA is new. You know, the resources that we have now, they're different. You know, the connectivity and social media and all these different issues and, you know, the way we take care, prevention and treatment has changed. What have we learned? Where are we going? And what is the next steps if we're going to change?
Well, you know, the beauty too of the opportunity to create some infrastructure, and I'll share this with you so that, is that when we used to do outreach at Parkland and we'd be at those weekend events, whether it was Fair Park or anything else, we used to provide manually the information to individuals and ask them to take it to their provider. Our teams very quickly said, we need to document everything we do in outreach in our electronic medical record. So we built that entire infrastructure, which was not present in Epic when we began this process. And we are now a best practice in Epic for documenting community screening outreach. At some of the locations where we may get hit with hundreds and we're not necessarily doing 20 at a time, we have a way to fast track the information into Epic. And it is so helpful because then our CHNA teams are given these patients to then get their blood pressure in line, get their diabetes, get them on medications. So having all this information electronically gives us the ability, to your point, Commissioner, to know where exactly these individuals are coming from, who we're touching, so that we can know when we need to do something different.
I would like to just make a comment on that exact item because, you know, I hate COVID and all that it's done to relationship building and all the projects that got delayed for 2 years, from what I see. But what it has done is allowed Dallas County, Parkland, and other entities to really build up that healthcare data infrastructure so that we were able to respond in the emergency of the day, which was taking care of 10,000 COVID vaccinations in a day. But now we have that in place to be able to apply to some of the other parts of public health that in the past it was, yeah, we had a paper and pencil that we were taking and we saw 17 people today and they did this. But now, in what I've seen from PCCI too, is being able to take that data and to make better decisions. You talked about not being able to get to the exact locations of low response rate to healthcare. Well, it's the same thing on those people are not getting vaccinated. Those people are not in our eviction prevention programs. And so, but through PCCI,
Not those people.
we're able to identify the top 100 census blocks that have this particular cross-section of the population showing these kinds of needs. So, I mean, it's just a hats off to saying that's that a little bit of looking ahead. I realize that it does not count the number of shots in people's arms, immunizations, et cetera, but it at least is allowing that foundation piece, that background for us to be able to have the information to see, okay, what is a better strategy?
Okay, it's not those people, it's our constituents. But number two, Teresita,
Yes, I would like to address Commissioner Daniels'
okay,
question.
I'll yield.
So in regards of the a tool that we use to identify those block grants where we had less vaccination, we use that technology, and we have created now what we're calling the Chronic Disease Vulnerability Index. That is one of the products that we're including in our current CHNA, which will allow us to drill down to the census or block level to precisely reach out those individuals that are hard to reach.
Exactly.
So
And they are my constituents also.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you just kept saying those people. And,
No, they are
okay,
not.
Well then,
No,
okay,
they're
then
my
say,
constituents
yeah, okay,
also.
just say those, our constituents.
So the purpose of this is to learn what is not working, taking the lessons learned from the COVID pandemic and the technology that we use to further drill down in the communities where there is the most need, and also individuals who have busy lives with 3 or 4 jobs or might have a barrier language, so that we can strategically deploy our engagement teams or the CHWs to outreach with a lot more intentionality. So I just wanted to share that because this is not in the current CHNA, but as we have completed our 2023, that's a new tool, and those will be part of the new strategies that will be upcoming.
Okay.
Thank you.
I could add one thing, all the investments that you're making in our other, data infrastructure, some of the things that are being developed is these electronic case reports. So we're getting the hospital electronic health record data now starting to be ingested. It's just been for COVID only. We've now started adding on monkeypox and other, we're going to be able to get all these conditions, including things like diabetes and heart disease that, we used to have to only depend on mortality data, but now we can start getting more of this collectively for the whole county and getting it electronically.
Right.
So it's all really building in where we can get that granular level of what the problems are and what impact we're making.
With the bottom line being better service to all of our people, wherever they are in Dallas County.
The community. Thank you, and I would like to introduce Dallas City Council member Casey Thomas, which is joining us today. Thank you, Council member, for joining us. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you to the Parkland team and everybody that is here today. Thank you for your patience.
I look forward to the next meetings.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Huang, I think you are next, right, Judge?
So,
Right. All right. Good morning. So, update on COVID. Good news, we're continuing to see improvements in the COVID numbers. I think for the general population, another 27% week over week decrease in the number of cases. For youth, another 43% decrease week over week in number of new cases. For vaccinations overall, still about 1,250 per week of first doses. It's a little better than it's been, but it's certainly nothing that we've seen in the past. But we are seeing uptake of the bivalent booster, but still not at tremendously high levels. We are still with our local transmission level at the yellow level. To proceed carefully, I think it still reflects concern about the possibility of other variants appearing, and also the potential for flu activity also. But I'll show you some of that in a little bit. Here's the available ICU beds. It's been pretty steady. Emergency department visits in the prior 24 hours, again starting to see another slight decline from a couple weeks ago. COVID admissions, confirmed admissions in the prior 24 hours, again continuing to decline. Hospital occupancy numbers continuing to decline. and the deaths, fortunately, remaining relatively low. But again, a reminder that Dallas County has had over 6,700 deaths related to COVID since the start of this. And when you look at the data during this time period, COVID has become the third leading cause of death in our community. Here's the vaccination data. Again, currently about 71% of persons 6 months and older with at least one dose. About over 4,230,000 doses administered in Dallas County. In that chart at the bottom, you can see some upticks in the number of doses by week, again reflecting slight increases and also some uptake of the bivalent boosters.
How are the boosters sharing with the vaccination? Dr. Huang, I know that people asked me the other day, I mean, how many people are having boosters nowadays?
Well, see, we can see some of the breakdown. You know, we've got still only about 658,000 that have received even one booster.
Okay.
So it's low. I mean, you know, compared to the uptake on the initial series, it's still very low, but we're, you know, but it's increasing from what it's been, but it's still very low.
Okay.
Nothing near what was,
We're
you know, when
still
we had
giving
10,000 people coming in a day at Fair Park, nothing like that.
Were we still giving the $25 gift certificates for the boosters?
Yes, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And again, here's some of the breakdown of by age and number of persons that have been vaccinated with at least one dose and some of the other breakdown. As I mentioned, the variants are still of a concern. Still, it's primarily the BA.5 subvariant of the Omicron with some BA.4 that's circulating in Texas.
What are the differences with the variation 5?
Pardon?
What are the differences, or are there any differences between 4 and 5?
I think they've both been sort of lumped together. You know, they easily spread, but less severe symptoms. So they've been pretty much similar in some of those characteristics. But yeah, obviously the BA.5 took over, so even more easily spread.
Yeah.
Here's some of the latest of our vaccine availability and the schedules that we have. And the new bivalent vaccine booster was approved for kids 5 and older now. We have not received our first shipments yet, but as soon as we do, we'll have it available at our clinics. And I do want to also mention just flu vaccine. Again, we are concerned that this might be a bad flu season. It was a bad season in Australia, which is a lot of times a predictor for what we might see. And then also, on the CDC map, Texas is sort of alone in being with one of the indicators, influenza-like illness. It's not a direct indicator of flu activity, but it's sort of concerning, and Texas sort of stands out there as highlighted as having a higher level of that than some of the other states. Here are some of the testing still available at Alice Davis. And we are continuing the community outreach. Here are some of the outreach events scheduled that we have scheduled from here on out still. And again, we appreciate all of your work and partnerships in getting these events. And then here is, let me move to a monkeypox update. We are continuing to see certainly not the exponential increases in cases that we were seeing earlier. It seems to be at a low level. You know, this is reflecting less than 5 cases being reported now per day in Dallas County. I think it does reflect the combination of increased education and outreach to some of the higher risk populations on what to do to prevent transmission, as well as the vaccination efforts.
How are you communicating that?
Through multiple channels. We have certainly, we've actually been using ABI, so there have been actually media purchases on some of the social media sites that are in particular reaching the target population. I think Grindr and some of those type of sites are specifically been used, and as well as we've been doing a lot of community outreach events, partnering with some of the people in the community to put up some of the information sheets, having some of the pop-up vaccination clinics at some of the sites. I know we were at the Latino Pride Festival a couple of weeks ago, so quite a bit of outreach going on.
Well, I've seen your flyers in the past. I'm just asking you, how are you communicating?
Again, purchased media on some of the social media sites, working with ABI, so there is the messaging going out, other social media, as well as, again, direct working with community partners to educate these at some of the various areas in the community.
So you're publishing any flyers?
That's one piece, but again, that's there's also actual purchased media time.
I've seen some of them. I hear some of them.
Well, I'm not out there on that medium. So you have access to those flyers and that medium purchase, etc. Do you know the data? Who's reviewing the data? Because let me tell you something. I've gone through your hires. You've been here 3.5 years.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You've been here 3.5 years. And you haven't hired not one African American. None on your executive team. None here. I've got it. I've already gone. Look, when I ask a question, I've already done the background. Okay? You have not hired anyone. And I guess I'm still back on the.
Well, that's not correct.
Okay.
But,
so who have you hired in your executive team?
Well, there was one person that's no longer on the executive team, but we've certainly hired. And I mean, if you look at the demographic breakdown, I didn't bring it on this, I had it last time, but if you look at the demographic breakdown of our executive team, I mean, do you have the percentages by the different race ethnicities? It's extremely diverse. We have probably one of the most diverse executive teams and manager and supervisor
Since
teams.
you've been here, people on here have been here 30 years, 15 years, 10 years. You've been here 3.5. I'm looking at your hires. I'm looking at your hires. There's nothing you've done. I mean, Columbus could, say he discovered something, but these are your hires.
My hires? Okay.
your hires.
Again, I know I can review that with you, but we have certainly hired many African Americans since I've been here.
Well, maybe they disappeared and HHS doesn't have them, but I haven't been able to find them because I got date, salary, hire, gender, ethnicity, and I don't have them.
Again, we just reviewed our demographic breakdown of our leadership team. I mean, it is incredibly diverse, and I would be very proud of what we have with it.
Name one African American.
One African American?
Yeah.
Actually, we just hired Shelly Cabrera. We had hired Robert, I'm blanking on his last name. He left the department.
He didn't stay. He didn't even stay a few months. I saw him.
Right. So we haven't had a lot of hires actually since I've been here. There haven't been a lot of hires.
You've hired.
Wait, are we getting advice not to? Right. Yeah, we can't be talking
The hire is about monkeypox and the flyer that they generated for the African American on the flyer. And my position is that they do it because they ain't got no black folks out there. Apparently, he's not looking at it, and they didn't put an Asian or Hispanic on there. So that's.
I think you can make those points, but we probably don't want to get too much into specific granular hiring unless you notice it. Make the points.
Got it. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And again, here is the latest breakdown of the monkeypox cases.
I know everybody feels uncomfortable when I bring this up, but hell, nobody don't say anything, so I'm going to say something.
Thank you. All right, you're up, Commissioner. I don't have anything on vaccinations. So, I believe you're up.
Got presentation.
That's what
I've got presentations. You know, silence sometimes is
President of the LA County.
play.
Is everything okay?
We've been drilled.
What? Did you want to play?
Was
Yeah.
that?
Oh yeah. No, play it. I mean, since it's all about monkeys, play it.
County Federation of Labor, Ron Herrera. All are Latino Democrats. Among the most egregious comments made by the now former city council president included this about her colleague, Councilmember Mike Bonin's 2-year-old African-American son.
It's an accessory. When we do the MLK parade,
Just like when
They used to have those statues in
Los Rayas, right?
Wait, it's like when Nori brings her little yard bag or the Louis Vuitton bag in places.
it's like the oddest thing. It's like black and brown on this float, and then there's this white guy with this little black kid who's misbehaved. Este niño has no. They're not doing that. Yeah, no, they're not doing. The kid is bouncing off the effing walls on the floor, practically tipping it over. There's nothing you can do to control him. They're raising him like a little white kid, which I was like, this kid needs a beat down. Like, let me take him around the corner and then I'll bring him back.
There's a lot to unpack in there, and believe it or not, it got even worse. Melody Martinez called the child a Spanish term meaning animal, but she also mocked Oaxacans and implied that LA County's progressive district attorney, George Gasson, shouldn't be supported, saying, quote, F that guy, he's with the blacks. All 4 politicians have made statements apologizing. We should mention the source of this recording is still unknown, and NBC News hasn't determined whether or not it has been edited. Joining me now is Julian Castro, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and now an MSNBC political analyst. Julian,
Continue. I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
That's
wondering.
the end.
Well,
That's sort of
at the end of the day, and talking about this whole monkey thing, it just keeps coming up. Whether it's DeSantis, whether it's out of Health and Human Services, whether it's in LA County, and it's interesting to me, or where it's at Parkland, then nobody seems to have any issue with it, and so.
Commissioner, I think we all have said that that kind of language is reprehensible and, it's not tolerated. And that's, we have said that. And I think that it shows that, every 2 weeks when we talk about this, we all are in agreement with you, Commissioner. I mean, it's racist and it's reprehensible and it's not accepted, period.
But this whole, to say it, what's the consequences of it? The Monkey Mud Chronicles continue, and these racial studies by George Cuvier, 1769 to 1832. He's a French naturalist, and he's a zoologist. He influenced both scientific polyganism and scientific racism. And Cuvier believed that there were 3 distinct races: the Caucasian race, which is white, the Mongolian race, which is yellow, and the Ethiopian race, which is black. Cuvier rated each of the beauty or ugliness of the skulls and the quality of their civilization. Cuvier wrote about Caucasians, and I quote, the white race with oval face, straight hair, and a nose to which the civilized people of Europe belong, and which appear to us to be the most beautiful of all, is also superior to others by its genius, its courage, and its activity. Regarding Negroes, Cuvier wrote, and I quote, "The Negro race is marked by complexion, crisp or woolly hair, compressed cranium, and a flat nose. The projection of the lower parts of the face and the thick lips evidently approximate to the monkey tribe, the hordes of which have always remained in the most complete state of barbarism. He thought Adam and Eve were Caucasian, and hence the original race of mankind. But George Cuvier was wrong. There have been several supporting citations, but according to NPR, the DNA of Adam and Eve is most assuredly African. The best guess is that they were born in northeastern Botswana. The bad news is there's still a large tribe of American Neanderthals who liken black folks to monkeys. The good news is some of those Neanderthals are nice enough to gift you with mugs as they consider your likeness. Ask a Parkland executive for more details. The issue on the judicial performance, I saw all the data. I'm glad that the judges appear that they have finally come around to plan A. And that's all that I saw with all of this communique back and forth. This court forged plan A years ago. And all of this communication back and forth, now all of a sudden, the light has come on. And so I saw the numbers. I don't see Ms. Richardson, but I did see the 24-hour proposal. I'm sure we all did. The 24-hour proposal, what it takes to run in shifts for 24-hour magistration. Again, all we had proposed, and that the sheriff was willing to make some adjustment to I guess the old Class C area, whereby they can have, quote, outside counsel. I don't even understand why that's still on the table. It's only for purposes of magistration. So why we'd go through all that conversion, I don't know.
I don't think we'll need to do that. We're going to start with the PDs, and we're going to encourage the judges that we'll start with the PDs and see how it goes. I don't think we'll need to engage any of the outside counsel with this because it will take time. I've got to reconfigure some of the area and the intake to do that, and it's just going to take some time. Whereas if with the PDs, we can get started almost immediately. So my recommendation to the judges, let's just get moving.
Well, and if they're sincere, then that's what they do. I saw two proposals. I saw $500,000 and I saw $750,000, million, depending on how many hours they work and program people into it. But again, I guess you know what is so frustrating about this is that, like I said, this court said it, we said it 10 years ago. It's just taken all of this to get to that point. It's taken all of this to get to that point. So, and I still say, I'm going to still contend, even with doing that, the culture of passing cases. I understand they're going to go back and supposedly do a policy. Yeah. And it's my understanding I couldn't get an extraction from the database to say how many times cases have been passed.
And I've been trying to find that as well. I've been trying to look for that as well.
But some of those and some of those cases been passed for a year. I mean, you keep kicking the can down the road. Either the state's ready or they're not. Either the defense is ready or they're not. You know, I mean, they got a passing case culture that just jams up the docket.
Yeah. And there's a couple things that lead to that. Of course, there's the judges not wanting to overimpose. They don't feel as though they want to be overbearing on either defense bar or the plaintiffs, but there is a vein of that where you have a lot of criminal defense attorneys that are waiting to get full paid, and they'll keep passing it until they get paid. And
well, yeah, that's fine, but most of the individuals we're talking about, Commissioner, are in the jail, and most of them are either going to get. I mean, most of those individuals. I think I just reported to this court, Mr. Thomas gave me numbers. We've paid them $10 to $11 million.
That affects what case goes first. Your oldest case goes first, so still those free world attorneys can hold up dockets by being able to continually pass and cause the problem with preparation, because the first three are ready to go, right? And your jail case could be number 4, and either you don't get to it or it gets passed again. So anyway, you're right though. At the end of the day, if you just have a clear policy that this is how many passes you get no matter what, that way it sets everyone's expectations. Free World Defense Bar knows, hey, listen, I got to get paid before, setting number 4 if we're actually going to try this thing, or, however they're, working out their agreements. But, making very clear to all parties involved that, hey, this is our differentiated docket. If we're talking about a theft case where we already have videos, we have everything, we're passing it 3 times, folks, and that's it. Then we're trying this thing. Right. And then some of those more difficult cases with DNA and other pieces of problematic evidence. You can get, but we've got to make sure that, and here's the thing, I really think those judges and you're right, I mean, they got religion on this. They understand that this has to happen. I do want to see more of the data on the overflow court and how that's going. I know that there's still some judges that are kind of jealously holding their cases, and that's fine as long as they're going to burn through them. But yeah, we just see how that's working so we can get a better idea of where we're going and what, if anything else, we can do.
One of the things we did mention also is that we want to capture the data on those passes, because you're right, there will be some extenuating circumstances with some of the passes, but we want to document that. Right. So that when you have more than the 3 or the 4, the 12 passes, we know why that's happening. So I told them, even if I have to put a body in there, so count, because we don't have the technology yet. Yeah. But even if I have a body in there to hand count, we want that data, because I know that's what you guys want to see. So.
Yeah. And as has been exposed, case filings are up because the district attorney's office held on to a lot of those drug cases, which wasn't anything any malintent. It was just that it was easier to wait for the test to come in, then file it, rather than worrying about speedy trial motions and everything jamming up their case. So get it.
But he changed that.
What's that?
He changed.
Oh no, I know, but we have had a spike in filings this year. Yes. Those filings are old. Those filings, the vast majority of those filings that brought it up
filings
are the old drug cases that have been waiting around. Where we'd file it in the past and wait on, then get the test and dismiss it if the test wasn't positive. Now they were waited on, right? So we have an opportunity in that these cases now showed up. They are filed with a good test. They can be tried just as quickly as that theft case that you already have all the evidence on. So that is a positive thing. If we have an efficient overflow court, we can really knock out some of those. But the question becomes, how many of those drug cases are we going to want to divert toward the drug courts? And then your next level question, right? Your cascading problems. How much space do we have in the programs in those drug courts to make sure that we're actually, doing the full program, getting the recovery, getting what we want out of those drug courts, which is not just, hey, someone's away for 2 years, rather, hey, this is someone who's on a path to recovery, and we're not going to be seeing them again in 2 years or sooner. So, these are things we're going to have to work out, but it's an opportunity there, though, because we have filed drug cases, if we can process them, I don't know how quickly we can designate another court a drug court, or if we designate the overflow court the drug court, because that may be the low-hanging fruit.
Right.
But again, I mean, the judges are the ones that have to drive this, and they need to know that we're here to fund it so long as it's reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Commissioner Koch explained it real well. And like you say, Mr. Martin, put the quality controls measures in the computer errors, the DMU, it's imperative, because otherwise, like Commissioner Koch just say, they just get remagistrated, and that is a backlog. I just want to thank all the judges for getting together, and you, Mr. Martin, administration, Mr. Heichel, and everybody that is being named or being in the process one way or another, getting together and make things happen. And the best part of the whole thing is that we will have some, measures that we're going to review, changes that we're going to approve, and hopefully, if it needs additional resources, I think this court is ready to give them once we see where we're going. And I just want to thank them for working all together, coming together to fix a problem that needed to be fixed. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
It certainly was good to see the meeting actually did happen on last Thursday, and that from the notes, it looked as if there was good discussion, and that things are, as has been noted, moving forward. That's the good news. One of the areas, too, is, always looking to see where are there other parts in the process that we could be looking at. We've looked at the length of time it takes on drug testing. We've talked about the length of time it takes on classes that are mandated by the court. One of the other areas is taking a look at what data is being collected and how we can do a better job at what is the information that is being needed from the intake or from other parts of the system.
I'm lost. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Look, the fact is we got 900 cases over there, felonies not filed. Okay? That's basically around magistration. The cases that go to forensic, they're done within 30 days. We don't have anything, and that's primarily DPD. I get that. And it's DPD primarily because they pay to get their cases done. Everybody else sends them to Department of Public Safety or somewhere else because they're free. We don't have any control over that. But that's the way it's, I guess the only thing that's the way it's always been. Ain't none of this new. And so, I mean, I'm just hearing these excuses. Ain't none of this new. That's the way it's always been. We got the same dadgum computer system. We got the same drug analysis. We got everything. It's the same. Dadgum it.
I think the only difference now is they put options on the table that they've agreed to move the cases along. So right now, what we've got to do is hold them to those options that they put on the table.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Huff, for your leadership.
All right, this takes us to our consent agenda. Is there a desire to separate out any aspect of that?
Yes, I pulled.
All right, we'll take the consent agenda absent the sheriff's personnel.
Move as presented.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move sheriff's personnel.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, for lack of hiring Latinos. Thank you.
Well, it's the same people they've been hiring. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Our staff looks just like yours. Looks just like yours. It looks just like yours.
No, it looks like.
It looks like yours.
All right, let's finish the voting. Are there any abstentions?
Abstain.
I'll abstain as well.
Yeah, it looks like yours.
Next is the bids. Is there a motion on the bid?
This, the only bid you got, you only got the one bid, and it ain't like got no options.
Move the Pitney Bowes machine.
And I second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. There are no RFPs this week. We'll now consider court orders 1 through 43 and addendum 44 through 49, pulling 29, 34, and 41 for separate votes.
3 has been pulled by staff. 4 has been pulled by budget. Is that correct, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ready.
3 and 4 need to be pulled for civil DA review.
For 2 weeks,
2 weeks,
right?
For 2 weeks.
Right, okay.
And 29, 39, and 41 are pulled for separate vote, is that correct?
I thought it was 34.
34? No,
You had 30, yeah, you had 34.
okay, 34, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 34,
It's
29.
34 and
41.
31.
41, yeah.
No, you had somebody pulled 29.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, yeah.
pulled
Yeah,
also.
okay,
Yeah,
gotcha,
I mean,
okay.
29 and 34 are mine.
Okay, okay.
All right.
So move items 1 through 49.
Yeah, I did pull 5 because I expected Mr. Scarpello to be here, and he's not here.
5 for separate vote?
It's online.
No, I may be, is he online? I asked him to be here.
But I mean, are you pulling it, Commissioner, 5
Yeah,
or not?
Yeah, I'm
For
pulling.
separate discussion?
No, I'm pulling it. I'm gonna pull it for 2 weeks.
Well, we're gonna need to hear from, that's probably fine, but we need to hear from elections and make sure that's not gonna pose some.
Well, where
sort of
is it?
emergency.
I asked for him to be here.
But let's get to that one
Okay,
first.
okay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so I need a motion on 1 through 49, pulling 3, 4, 5, 29, 34, and 41.
So moved.
Second on that?
Yeah,
Commissioner Daniels. Commissioner Daniels, second.
no, she moved it.
Oh, she moved it?
I moved it.
Okay, and who's second?
All right, Dr. Garcia
Commis-
seconds.
No, Commissioner Price,
did.
second.
Okay, Commissioner Price seconded then. And are there any discussion on these court orders before we take a vote?
I just want to make some comments, Josh. First of all, I wanted to talk about the key results. Item number 10, the objectives of key results. I asked Mr. Martin to please add on item 6, environmental, community and environmental. I think, Dallas County is doing a lot on the environmental side. I would like to just add the word community, environmental, and I understand that you are amenable to that, Mr. Martin.
Community environmental health is your focus on that, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
So that's it, and I know I mentioned it, but I put it in writing, so thank you, Mr. Martin. The other one that I wanted to, give kudos is to the fire marshal. Obviously, we have the agreement with the SPCA for animal services that have really helped us, and I'm sorry I forgot the numbers. I know he sent them to me. But the amount of animals that get abandoned, killed, unincorporated areas has decreased thanks to this partnership. So I want to thank the staff and the fire marshal because his team has done a great job on some of those areas, seeing the number of animals abused, neglected, and killed on unincorporated areas. So that is, I thought it's been a great partnership with our friends of the SPCA. Other than that, Dr. Watkins, you had some on the miscellaneous reimbursements for some traveling that is the same time on the same date for the same person. I just want to be sure that it's clear for the record and for the public to see that we don't double pay, that those were probably the wrong dates.
Yes, ma'am. We clarified it. We're going to get those rebriefed for the next agenda.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, colleagues.
I just wanted to commend also Dallas County staff on continuing to move forward with the commitment that Dallas County has made to housing and homelessness, and that there is an item 15, which is one more opportunity for us to really address what's going on in Dallas County in that area. So thank you very much, Mr. Bassan, and for the rest of the team that makes that all happen.
All right, question's been called. If there's no other comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 3 and 4 were pulled for 2 weeks, so next is 5. And there's been a request to pull it for 2 weeks. Mr. Scarpello, can you just
We gotta move it.
Yeah, you wanna move it, so.
I'll move for discussion purposes.
And I second for discussion.
Okay, so Mr. Scarpello, I can't see you, oh, there you are.
Oh, there he
So,
is.
so, Commissioner Price seeks to move this for 2 weeks, or hold this rather for 2 weeks. Is that gonna cause any sort of is there an emergency? So our rules are that if it's gonna cost the county, significant money or problems, that can be an emergency. Is there an emergency in doing this now as opposed to 2 weeks from now on November the 1st, right?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like these dates are for October 24th.
Yeah.
So this is,
Right.
this is parking, request for use of
Parking,
facilities and parking
George
spaces.
Allen.
So you're gonna deny him the ability to use these spaces?
Yeah, well.
That seems pretty petty.
Is there a reason why this particular
think
one
we-
is separated from the
I
rest
mean,
of the early
you're-
vote locations?
Yeah, you're seriously gonna deny him the ability to get these parking spaces?
No, Commissioner, we can't do
Okay.
that. I mean,
If I can, may.
Well, let's let Commissioner Price.
First of all, there was no other opportunity on here. It is elections department. Is this parking for all of those individuals that you were supposed to be giving us an update on with regards to poll workers? What is the parking for? Since dadgummit, since people around here can't recall when somebody tells us that they're going to give us some information, hell, I'll shoehorn it in. So who is the parking for?
So, Commissioner, this is the exact same request that is given every election, and it's simply to utilize the Marshal Service to open up early voting locations and to provide those county buildings where there's for supply depots, regional sites, et cetera, when we pass out supplies. So this is standard stuff that's non-controversial. That's the exact same thing that's done every single election for the last multiple years.
I'm aware of that. Now, this is to let poll workers and people into the facilities, correct?
It's mostly in parking lots where they're picking up their supplies prior to election day, and then of course to open up those early voting locations. It's simply to hire those security guards to open up early and close up at the end of the night.
What I'm asking you is where are the numbers on the poll work? Where do we stand on the poll workers?
We're doing pretty well, and you're going to get an update probably tonight. I was waiting until after this meeting so that it wouldn't. I know that you guys are very busy prior to a meeting, so you're going to get an update either tonight or tomorrow. Continuation of the update from everything we talked about 2 weeks ago, and so poll workers, we're standing at about 2,800 out of our 3,000 needed. So we're doing really well. That's actually it's about 2,900. So they're coming in every day.
And I talked to Christy Noble, I think the Democratic Party chair, Sunday night, and she felt very confident in their numbers. I have not talked to the Republican Party chair. You've talked to her?
Yeah, their numbers are good too. I mean, we're good. We're providing the majority.
Okay.
So
So
are we going to see those names and numbers? Because I saw an email going back and forth about where you call them election judges or whatever you call them. So I'm having some pause with regards to that. Are we going to see that information?
Commissioner, I'm going to send you your preference. I can send it today or tomorrow, whenever you guys prefer, an update from everything we talked about 2 weeks ago, and I'll give you all the updated numbers.
We 2 weeks, we said we were going to get it, and here, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Well,
there's nothing to get the day after because the numbers were the same.
right. And those are
I know it, but it's been 2 weeks.
But you talked to the Democratic Party chair, Judge, and she assured you that it has more. I mean, the numbers were, scary last 2 weeks ago. I mean, I have to give credit to Commissioner Price on that. I mean, we're looking a lot better than that on both sides, right?
Well,
I talked
don't
to
know.
her, and
I haven't
Commissioner
seen.
Koch
Well,
said he's talked to.
Okay. Well, and I know Mr. Scarpello is between both. I mean, Mr. Scarpello, trust me, we appreciate the work you do, and definitely this item has to pass. I mean, I'm not gonna, vote against our people being able to park, at locations where we're gonna have
Did you,
voting.
I know y'all don't listen to me. I said I shoehorned in, cause damn it, I did not get.
I understand,
Okay,
Commissioner.
got it. Okay, I withdraw.
It's not shoehorning, it's holding hostage, but that's okay.
Well, okay.
Say what it is.
Well,
You're holding it
that's like
hostage.
the difference between the whole issue to slavery and what's that other thing y'all use? What's that other word you use?
I don't know. I'm not one of those folks.
Volunteer. Yeah, okay. Voluntary
He say
servitude.
hostage, Commissioner.
Yeah, I heard what he said, but that's like the difference between slavery and voluntary servitude too.
No, but I mean,
What's the difference?
we do
Anyway,
understand what
I
you're
withdrew.
trying to say.
You got a motion second, then more than the discussion.
Forward to getting the list from Mrs. Scarpello.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we're looking for. Hell, that's what I'm looking for is the list.
Yeah, we still care about you, Commissioner.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, we do.
Favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is 29. I think.
Thank you, Mr. Scarpello. We look forward to see those numbers today or tomorrow.
Is there a motion on 20?
I'll move 29.
I'll turn this mine. Hold on.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
Motion carries 4-1. Next is 34.
I'll move 34.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
no,
That motion carries 4-1. Last is
41.
41. Yeah, I wasn't real thrilled with this either, but what choice do we have?
Yeah.
Okay, who pulled or
I did.
whatever? Is there a
He
motion and a
pulled.
second on 41?
so move.
Second.
I'm fine with the electric vehicles. I just think that we should hold off on purchasing them. I mean, right now, we're just, throwing away money at them, so I'm gonna vote no on this.
I was upset about it because they raised
Our prices.
Yeah.
Were all
But
prices raised?
Yes,
Yes, they
they
were,
were.
and I told y'all a year ago this is gonna happen. But anyway,
Yeah.
There's no reason to think if you hold off that it's gonna go down.
no, I got it.
They're just continue to go up. So
But all car prices went up. Is that true, Mr. Frosch?
Yeah.
The item
Yes.
before us is the increase in cost on the items that were in the ordering bank for the government orders. So the 22 models that were ordered, we had a total of 24 vehicles that were ordered over different months last year. They did not get delivered this year, and they moved into the 23 ordering bank. We want to keep our position in the ordering bank, but the prices did go up on all the vehicles that were in the ordering bank for 23 due to numerous increases in the cost.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. I was no last time, so
Well, I'm not happy about it, but I'll vote yes, it'll pass, and we get the cars for the cops. All right, so that motion carries 3-2. All right, that takes us to
Public speakers.
that's it.
our speakers.
Yeah.
Will the bailiff please read the rules of the court for our public speakers?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and the registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
Dolores Phillips, thank you for allowing me to speak. P.O. Box 530236. Whenever the truth is spoken, no matter what the truth is, it always serves its purpose. Commissioner Price, America raised self-inferiority beyond race. White people went to the Capitol to go get white people. Slaves endured more torture by other slaves than the white slave master could ever do. In the open quid pro quo, more women are harassing women than ever before while people lose their jobs for less. 2017, Philip Kingston, white male, Scott Griggs, white male, asked for an investigation into how and why the city of Dallas, Dallas County exploited police officers. to conspire against Robert Groden for 20 years. I've been subjected to retaliation for speaking of injustices with no assistance, and I need no pity party. Honorable Williams wrote October the 5th, 2022 for DC 2106299. Notice of assignment of visiting judge, all counsel of record and pro se parties, Justice Carolyn Wright, Senior Justice of the 5th District Court of Appeals, has been assigned to all matters pending before the 101st Judicial District Court beginning on October 18, 2022 and ending on October 21st, 2022. When they started the investigation with Robert Groden, they found out that he was conspired against by white people. Commissioner Price, sit here 30-some years, has not been honored, and that's because it was people look just like him hating on him. That's the sad truth, but it's the truth. Right now, stolen exhibits right over there from Dallas County Court. Nobody knows where the exhibits are. 4 court coordinators within the past year. Sheila Squire spoke 2021 from EEOC, black female, been there 20 plus years. She said she was subjected to racism discrimination her entire stay being employed at EEOC. That means that the majority of every complaint that she investigated, she re-victimized people. Many of them look like her. So when you talk about racism, let's speak truth of racism. Women in the open quid pro quo harassing women while men lose their jobs for less. Let's equally protect little girls and little boys, men and women, from the tease and the taunt of the open quid pro quo, catch me if you can. Now, I'm not gonna be afraid to speak of being harassed by anyone. It doesn't matter if you're male, female, white, blue, black, brown, or green, gay, or straight. Now, what I wanna say is that I was born straight to indulge in opposite sex relations only.
Dolores, you're out of time.
Honorable Jenkins. Can I share this with you because it's important, not just for me, but for others. Can I get 1 minute?
No, I'm sorry, you can't, Dolores, but you can give your piece of paper to Daryl if you like.
Okay, and Honorable Jenkins, they're throwing away $300+ books in the law library, not giving the citizens nor
Dolores,
Dallas County employees opportunity to buy the books.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Larry E. Jarrett.
I thank you for the opportunity, and it's so good to see many of you again. I'm impressed with the diligence, the commitment, the honor, and the servitude of this Commissioners Court. You guys do a very, very good job, and I am honored to be a member of your community. The only reason I came here today is to address one issue. I know that you guys are elected officials and you have a staff. All I'm asking is that you impose on your staff as you impose upon yourselves to call your constituents if they call you. I've had an opportunity to speak to many of you on the phone. You always gave me a call back. I'm just asking that when I call or any constituent call members of your staff, that they have the same purpose of duty and to return that call. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our last speaker is Rasheem Mohammed. Rasheem Mohammed?
I'm Noah Shorts, but I signed up and I'm registered speaking.
There is a Noah Shorts who did.
Okay.
His name.
But let's.
I do have him on the list to speak.
Okay, we're gonna let you speak too. But what about Rasheem Mohammed? Is he here or not here?
I don't think he's here, Judge.
No.
Is
he online, man? He's online. Okay, let's hear from Rasheem Mohammed, then we'll hear from you, Mr. Schwartz. Where's Rasheem? Go ahead, Rasheem, or Mr. Mohammed. Oh, and under the rules, you got to show your picture if you can, Mr. Mohammed.
What are you saying, Aaron?
Mr. Muhammad, can you unmute yourself and show your picture, please?
Yeah, and the showing of the picture is like a rule that the governor passed when he put back into place the rules of people having to appear in person. So you got to show your picture, and you got to, of course, unmute for us to hear you. Tell you what, I'm gonna let you work on that, Mr. Muhammad, and we're gonna hear from Mr. Schwartz while you work on it, and if staff can help him, you know, go ahead and help him. All right, Mr. Schwartz, you've got 3 minutes. If you'll just please state your name and address, then whatever's on your mind.
All right. Good morning, Judge Jenkins. My name is Noah Schwartz. I'm a lifelong Democrat who has really admired your leadership these past 4 years, you know, especially during COVID. When you followed science and you did everything necessary in your power to keep us safe. You know, I really appreciate that. And even if these measures, even if they cost people their jobs, their homes, or their livelihoods, even if these measures will have an everlasting effect on the mental health of their children, you did the right thing, okay? Because there's nothing more important than saving lives and stopping the spread of COVID-19. And when you sued Governor Abbott for putting profits over people, I was so proud to call you my county judge. But that all changed when I read the police report of you going into women's dormitories when you were in college, dressed in blackface because you thought it was funny to terrorize young girls for no reason whatsoever. Not only that, but the police, they spent 2 weeks targeting black people in the community for a series of crimes that you committed. And if you hadn't gotten caught, then you would have been perfectly okay with letting an innocent black man go to jail for your own amusement. So how can I trust you to stand with black lives and fight for racial justice when you've shown such a blatant disregard for the black community? I was absolutely disgusted when that right-wing troll Alex Stein accosted you for raiding women's panties while you were at Baylor, because what business is that of his? You know, you were just trying to explore your gender fluidity, and there's absolutely no shame in that. But that's not what you were doing. No. You're just another entitled white male who gets a kick out of exploiting women and appropriating other people's cultures. And I can no longer, in good conscience, support you representing me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Muhammad, were you able to get your computer unmuted? You talked to Mr. Muhammad?
I'm not gonna comment. But if you need panty raid, I'm proud. Print it, damn it.
I got a new trick. Any luck? Say something so we know whether we can hear you or not. Mr. Muhammad, won't count against your time. Yeah, there you go. I see your face.
Yeah.
Say something so I can hear you.
Okay. Can
Great,
you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, just state your name and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Rasheem Muhammad. I'm the founder of EDS Tech, Retrain America here in Texas. We are a telecom construction company that provides training for veterans. We've been doing it since 2016. We just signed an agreement with the Texas military bases to offer telecom construction training to those that are entering or coming out of service. Why we think this is very important, because we're the only company currently that can provide this type of training for fiber optic splicing, aerial, and construction. We want to let the community know that we're here and we're a veteran organization that can provide this particular service not only in Dallas, but in the regional areas around the city of Dallas and in the county. It's very important that we have an opportunity to kind of discuss some of the things for veterans that will allow them to be trained, reduce homelessness, and allow underserved communities to receive some of the training and be a part of the projects moving forward with companies like AT&T, Comcast, Verizon. We just signed an agreement with Austin Community College to do so, and we look to do that in Dallas. We think that Dallas has a great market, but having a company and a founder like myself that was a homeless veteran can speak to the particular needs of veterans that are getting into telecom communication, and that will reduce some of the lag time in getting some of these contracts up and going through the workforce. And I would love to come back and speak with the county to discuss some of the recommendations that we have seen with the state and some of the ARPA funding that's coming out that we know that can go straight to some of these underserved communities and go to helping veterans in workforce to support telecom construction and infrastructure build throughout the state of Texas. So we'd love to have the opportunity to come back and speak again, show you some of the work that we've been doing in the state. I wrote it up for Texas Workforce Commission as a high demand occupancy. I also wrote that up for TEA, which you can go to TEA's website and look at fiber optic, was written up by myself in 2016. So we're ahead of the time in terms of getting this particular infrastructure put in place from a training perspective, because we do not have enough trained individuals coming out of high school. And so we're looking to work with the military and K through 12 to be able to build an infrastructure for training to support the mission of that build in Texas. I'd like to thank everyone for allowing us veterans an opportunity to speak about the infrastructure bill and allow us to serve Texas as we did in service.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our public speakers. We're now going to adjourn for closed session to discuss matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action as a result of that closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. We'll begin our closed session here in a couple of minutes. action necessary from the close, so we stand adjourned. Thanks, everyone.